Okay, and you'll admit all members of the public who wish to attend online for us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. So it's now 11 o'clock on the 15th day of March in the year 2026, and the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission for the State of New Mexico will come to order. And if everyone will please silence their devices, even my own phone is going off, so we would not have interruptions today. Let's get started with roll call. Online.
We'll start with me, Secretary Mackley Carroll. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So Secretary Mackley Carroll, present. Commissioner Joseph Dabney. Okay. Commissioner Hazel Mella.
Present.
Okay. State Treasurer Laura Montoya, or her commissioner designee.
Good morning, present.
Okay. Present. Okay. Commissioner Oscar Robinson.
Present. I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Raffini. Commissioner Brandy Stone.
Present.
Commissioner Swiftbird. Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver, or her designee, Commissioner Sharon Pino. Vice Chair Constance Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Umi. Okay, and Chair Little West.
Present.
Okay, with 7 members present, we have a quorum.
So, Mr. Chairman, Member Joseph Dabney just walked in the door. And I heard a lot of online on there, so I'm not sure if anyone from the commission is online. If you can please just let him know that you are present.
Do we have any commissioners online who are present that didn't make roll call?
Right now. Only see Commissioner Carroll, here, Commissioner Umi, and Commissioner Hughes here in person. You want to start, maybe bring your, I have kind of different. They get the Commissioner Umi.
Sure, right. Okay, we're,
Open.
I think the door should be open.
Yeah, please keep the door open.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, you have an updated commissioner count?
Yes, I just want to double check, Chair. Commissioner Joseph Dabney, is he present?
He's here.
Present.
Okay, and Commissioner Raffini is also present.
Umi. No.
Commissioner Umi joined, but I don't see Commissioner Rodini. Is he online?
No, he's not. I thought I had heard someone said that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 9 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
All right, with 9 commissioners present, we can proceed with business. Before we do have a new commissioner present in person that I want to introduce, Commissioner Lopez, Antonio Lopez. He is very passionate about justice, and he has extensive experience serving on boards. He has served on at least 15 other boards in his career. And so we're pleased to have him and welcome him to the commission. Executive Director.
Chair, Commissioner Swiftbird has just joined the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. So Commissioner Swiftbird will add her to the quorum count for today. Add them to the quorum count for today, Commissioners Swiftbird, and also introduce Commissioner Swiftbird. Commissioner Tatanka Skalwin Train Swiftbird is also a passionate advocate for justice and for youth. And so we're proud to welcome them to the commission. So let me just give both of these commissioners an opportunity to introduce themselves, starting first with Commissioner Antonio Lopez. Would you like to say a few words?
Okay, thank you. My name is Antonio Lopez. I'm 45. I've been married for 17 years. We have a 10-year-old. We've lived in Santa Fe for 20 years. I grew up in Albuquerque. I still have my high school mile record, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. I did that in college, and then I went to grad school in New York City. I've been a financial advisor in Santa Fe for Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and now Wells Fargo Advisors. So I have approximately 70 clients, manage 100 million. And the newest client, she just has a CD mature and it's 30,000. So I'm not one of these advisors who's like, you got to have $1 million with me. I've been on 15 boards. I was the president in Albuquerque at the Natural History Museum, and it has the largest gala. And what I learned is when we put our goodie store and everyone had to exit through that goodie store at the Natural History Museum, per month we were making like $75,000 because all these kids who were public school kids, like my son, would buy rocks, just rocks. Their parents would give them $20. Here's some lunch money. Then they'd buy $10 worth of rocks, at the Natural History Museum. Oh man, I got to tell all the boards this. If we have a place for goodies, we got to have people exit through there. That's what I learned on that. Learned from this board, but I do have passion, and thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. So now over to Commissioner Swiftbird. Perhaps they would like to share a few words as well.
Hello, Itakiapi, Shantewashti, Nachuzapi, Metiapi, Tatankaskawi, Swiftbird, not train Swiftbird. Hello, relatives. It's really nice to meet you. I greet you with a good heart and a warm handshake. My name is Tatanka Skawi Swiftbird. You can call me Train. I'm sorry if I sound a little weird right now. I'm a little nervous as this is my first time doing something like this. But it's really nice to meet you all finally, and I hope that we get to know each other soon.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. And also just want to let everyone know the commissioner's pronouns are they and them. And so join me in respecting and honoring their pronouns. So with that said, we have a quorum and we can move on to business. The next item is approval of the agenda. Before we do this, we did have a request from the contract CFO who I don't see, but wanted. Oh, online. Very
I
good.
also think I saw Secretary of State, but can you go back to who's all here?
I'm here, sir.
Being recorded.
Okay, very good. There was a request from contract CFO to be moved up higher onto the agenda. So if we could have a motion to
So,
approve.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, you have the
The
Secretary of State raising her.
Oh, okay. Secretary of State is recognized.
Hi, Mr. Chair, and members, I apologize for being off camera. I'm in the car right now. I'm on my way home and I can get on camera, but I just wanted to let everyone know I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So we'll add Mr. Secretary of the Commission, add the Secretary of State to our commissioner count for today. So as I was saying, we could take a motion to approve the agenda just with the exception of moving the contract CFO presentation to our next item of business as they are limited on their time and have to proceed to other business at 11:30. So is there a motion to that effect?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add to that. I'd like to move item number 19 after the Dr. King minute, which is item number 7. And I would also like to remove items number 14, item number 15 and 16.
So that motion would effectively remove any discussion or action of a possible appointment of an interim director or approval of contracts and expenditures from consideration.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, item number 15 is the only one.
Okay.
Moving number 19, item number, right after item number 7.
All right.
Dr. King's minute.
Okay. So,
And I can explain my logic if you'd like.
well, we'll see if there's a second for the motion. Hang on just a second, Director.
I'm just raising my hand for Secretary Toulouse Oliver.
Oh, okay, Secretary Toulouse Oliver is recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I meant to take my hand down. My apologies.
Okay. So is there a second to the motion?
State the motion one more time.
Yes. So we need to move the finance, report, which the finance director told us he needs to be by 7:30. So he's item number 8. So number 8 would be moved to, right after the approval of the minutes. So it'd be 5 and then 8. And then I'm also suggesting that we move item number 19, election of commission officers, right after number 7.
All right. So is there, oh.
To strike item number 15. And the reason why is that.
We'll just see if there's a second to the motion first.
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Commissioner Stone,
I'll second that
Okay,
motion.
so there's a second. So the motion is seconded. Is there discussion or the explanation for the
Yeah.
motion?
So I believe that this is 1 year since the announcement was starting as executive director. We have not done a 1-year evaluation, so I think it's proper to have possible executive action to discuss performance. But I think that I've never seen something on an agenda related to a possible termination or the possibility of putting a new interim director when we haven't, as a board, done an evaluation. And so it makes me wonder from a liability standpoint, if you called enough members to get votes, which would have caused a rolling quorum, which would then cause MLK to have a liability. And so therefore, I'd like it struck in from the agenda because I think that steps need to be taken in order. So we need to have an evaluation.
So just a second, you just said that you made an assumption,
No,
right?
I'm
It
not
makes me
saying.
wonder is what you said. So and I've been careful about the ruling quorum. I hope that other commissioners have as well, of course, including yourself. This is an obligation that we all have. So since you asked the question personally, I answer personally. But what I will say is just because an agenda is phrased in a certain way does not mean that, you can't infer, right? Anything that questions the integrity of other commissioners just by the way that the agenda is drafted. Beyond that, I will also say that I take care as chair to put the agenda together in an orderly fashion that reflects, will take care of all of the possible contingencies of decisions that we might make. So it is possible, right, that any agenda item might be made moot by decision that occurs on an early agenda item. And I will share with all the commissioners, and certainly for your knowledge, Madam Treasurer, as we have not discussed this, right? And that's also out of interest in of the rolling quorum requirements. But I would like to share with you now that I discussed this agenda and its order with council so that we will be well prepared for this meeting.
And so, Mr. Chairman, as part of the discussion, I truly believe that if we're going to do a performance evaluation, we should do a performance evaluation and not come up with a conclusion before the performance evaluation. I would also state to your point that the bylaws do not say that the commissioner oversees the executive director, nor does he oversee the decision-making of what this board does. The board decides as a whole how we manage our executive director. I saw a letter in your guys' packet that said that you felt a certain kind of way. I also saw things that said that for some reason.
Treasurer, I feel like you're discussing materials. Just a moment. I'll recognize your point of order in just a moment. But I feel like you're discussing things that are properly discussed in executive session as it pertains to.
Mr. Chairman, you put it out in public documents that you didn't feel comfortable with our executive director. There was another letter that went out.
I made no such statement in a public document.
Pull the letter up for me. There was another letter that went out that said from Danielle Kervin that she's not going to go ahead and take the removal or the decision for her to get out of the position and do a smooth transition. The chairman has no right in our bylaws or in statute, and I can pull that up for you if you need to direct an executive director as to whether or not she needs to be transitioned out or not.
So
That's an overstep. So
It
what I'm
it is,
saying.
it is not an overstep,
Okay,
and we're about to discuss things that need to be discussed in executive session as it pertains to statements and actions of the executive director in the performance of her role as executive director, which we are not going to discuss in public session.
Sure, and that's why I want to move the election of commission officers before we get into executive session or anything else, so that there can be a non-biased, potentially chair to be able to manage this situation.
Okay,
And that's why I've asked for it to be moved forward. That's why I'm asking everyone on this board to be able to do that. The same way there's a one-year evaluation of the executive director is the same way there should be a one-year evaluation of our
yeah,
leadership.
and the leadership normally would be elected treasurer, as you know, under the bylaws at the annual meeting in June. So
Mr.
we're here
Chairman,
now.
that could always change based on whether or not the chair says yes, which you did. And if you didn't, enough commissioners to say they want it on the agenda could have overstepped that.
Well, you didn't even have to get to that point because I said that we could have it earlier, we'll have. So anyway, without all of that, Treasurer, I'll just say that I oppose your motion because it is possible that we will need to appoint an interim director. So at least as to that point of your motion, I oppose it. I do not necessarily oppose the part of your motion where we would move the election of officers earlier in the agenda. Just with a note that we would normally have election of officers in June, and we have already accelerated it by putting on the agenda today. That said, I'm okay with moving it up earlier, but I do think we need to have on our agenda to account for the contingency or the possibility that we need an interim director. We need to have that on our agenda.
And so, Mr. Chairman, if you ask our legal counsel, you don't need that to be on the agenda for possible action after an executive session, because whatever comes out of executive session can then be the action afterwards. But putting it on a public agenda for the entire community to be in an uproar and scared and worried that we already made a determination before we even had due process is not acceptable.
Well,
And that's why I'm asking for it to be removed. And if we have that as an action item and that's where the votes are at, then that's where we will go.
Okay, well, we could do that, but I mean, to be fair, it says possible action. It does not say definite action. It does not say that that is what we're going to do or not going to do. And if anything, what it has done is given the public notice of what may occur in this meeting. So we've gone above and beyond in complying with the Open Meeting Act by giving everyone notice so that they're not surprised by anything that we will do. And I will say that in my time as chair, that we have as a commission made so much of an improvement in being transparent in the operations of the commission and what we may do. And that adding that agenda item only further serves the purposes of transparency. Now, that said,
Point on transparency,
go right ahead.
did the executive director have access to the entire packet that was transferred over to all of the board commissioners?
Again, you're raising stuff that should be discussed in executive session.
We just said there's transparency. That's a public record. So did she receive the same
But
document?
also, there's a reason why there's an executive session, because some things are not public record and should not be disclosed publicly. So all that said, Treasurer, I will ask council, because if we're able to address the appointment of a possible interim director coming out of executive session, I'm not necessarily opposed to it if it's not on the agenda. I really feel like it's 6 one way and half a dozen other. At this point, we may be trying to split hairs, which we don't have time to do today. We have a lengthy agenda we need to get on with our business. But let me just ask council. Council, the item that says appointment of a interim director is a possible action, and we come out of executive session and we have need to appoint an interim director, will we be able to do it?
Well, part of it is that you have, as the treasurer did point out, you do have the discussion ahead, right? Performance evaluation and those types of things. I think if you're going to have a separate discussion of that issue, I think you would probably need to consider whether or not it would be solely separate from whatever is going to happen in closed session.
So the better practice, would you agree, would be to leave it there so that it is clear that it is a possible action that the commission might take? That is a question for council. Let's let council answer.
I didn't speak.
I wasn't speaking to you. I was just, somebody made a comment and I was asking for order and decorum so that we can hear the answer from council.
Well, I do think that, depending on on what that outcome is of whatever happens in closed session. It could, in theory, be a result from the discussion in closed session to appoint someone as a line of that thought. I think it does have transparency. But certainly, as the motion stands, I heard there was a second. So I think I would let the commission go on those items and see what the commission's thoughts are.
All right, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the secretary to call the roll.
Okay, and
The
just
mo-
to make, yes, I was just want to
Just-
clarify this. Yes,
Yes,
Chair?
correct, that's right. Fair enough.
So yes, this is the first motion to move item 8 to right after the approval.
So, Mr. Chairman, the motion is to list item number 8 after the approval of the agenda.
Yep. And then it's also to move item number 19 right after item number 7.
Yes.
Okay,
And to strike item number 15.
okay, and this is all one motion we're going for. We're packaging this as one.
And, Madam Clerk and Chair, if I may, just to clarify the motion, it would be to amend
Yes.
the existing agenda, just to make sure that that's clear for those items.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you, Council. Okay, so the motion to amend the existing agenda. Okay, starts with me. Secretary, yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Hazel Mella,
Yes.
yes. State Treasurer Lauren Montoya,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Oscar Robinson,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Raffini, Commissioner Brandy Stone,
Yeah.
okay. Commissioner Swiftbird,
Yes.
yes, okay. Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse,
Yes.
yes. Vice Chair Williams,
Yes.
yes, okay. Commissioner Umi,
Yes.
yes. Chair West,
Yes.
yes. And Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
I'm gonna abstain just because I'm brand new and I'm the new kid in the school, so I'll abstain.
Fair,
And
fair.
also, Mr. Secretary, Commissioner Swiftbird.
She voted yes.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Chairman and Member Swiftford, I do want to just tell you, because this is your first meeting, if there's anything that we vote on that you weren't present for, you're welcome to, it's not a yes or a no. There's also a third chance of abstention. And that just means you want to abstain from the vote. You want to be on the record saying yes or no. So for example, on the minutes, because you were not at the previous meeting, it's perfectly okay to say abstain, or if you feel uncomfortable about voting on something you might not be aware of.
Okay, we need to proceed because we only have 5 minutes to 11:30 and our contract CFO needs to make his presentation before that time ends. That said, the next item on our agenda, I believe, is CFO presentation. So let's hear from our contract CFO. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. Hi, everybody. My name is Ferdinand, and I'm the Contract Chief Financial Officer for Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. And I will be taking you through, I'll be presenting on the budget projection and also the financial report. Okay, so to start off, tab 1, as you can see on our screen, is the appropriate P budget status report.
This is Lil West. He's the chair. This is
Sorry for that interruption, sir. Please continue.
Okay. All right, sure. So the first tab is the appropriate P budget status report as at today, May 15th, 2026. And this appropriate P report is official from the share budget status report. And this file is a record view of the Commission's appropriate budget. So on this report, we see the adopted budget, the expenditures to date, and also the encumbrances. And lastly, the remaining balances we have as a commission. This report also reflects the actual posted activity and not only projections. And as you can see on the first tab, our budget for account code 200, we have a budget of 258,000. Our expense as of today is 165,993.54, and we have a remaining balance of 92,106.46. For account code 300, we have a total budgeted amount of $141,500. We have encumbered $26,105. Our expenses amount to $55,339.26, leading us to the amount remaining of $60,055.74. The last account code 400, we have a budgeted amount of $201,800, an encumbered amount of $16,970.55, and our expense totaling $166,232.49, leading us to an amount remaining of $18,596.94. In grand total, you can see that we have a total budgeted amount of $601,400, a total encumbered amount of $43,075.57, a total expense amount of $387,565.29, leaving us with a remaining balance of $170,759.14. The second tab that I would like to talk about is the GL, and the GL was being put together for account code 300 to account code 400, and that is the second tab. And this tab provides a detailed look at the activity within the 300 and 400 category, which primarily includes contractual services and also event-related costs. On this tab, we can see that each line item is tied to a specific journal ID, which ensures traceability and also transparency. Examples on this tab includes professional services for statewide meetings, youth choir and choir services, and also programmatic and cultural event support. This level of detail demonstrates that expenditures are directly tied to mission-aligned activities and also approved programming. The next tab is also the encumbrances report. And in this report, we can see outstanding purchase orders and also contractual commitments. Encumbrances also represent full funds set aside, but not fully spent or yet fully spent. And we see vendors which include Sharp Electronics, Quadient, Incorporated, Works Bank, etc. And this report also clearly shows the original PO amounts that are vouchered, and also the remaining balances that we have for the encumbered amount. This report also shows the funds that are responsibly reserved for known obligations and also reducing fiscal risk as we approach fiscal year end. The next tab is the full general ledger tab or report, and this tab gives a full transaction level view of the general ledger activity for the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. What this report demonstrates is that each transaction includes a journal ID, a date, an account, and also a fund source, and also a description of the activity for these line items. And this report also ensures the full auditability and also confirms all activity that aligns with approved funding sources and also correct and accurate accounting standards. The next tab is the journal entries tab, and this summarizes the operational payment processed through the system. And you can see that we see the GSD invoices, the motor pool services, the public reliability insurance, and also the records compensation charges. And these entries reflect the standard recurring operational costs required to support the Martin Luther King Commission operations and also compliance. The last step I will talk about on the financial report is the funding proposals. And this proposal or this step highlights the external funding proposals that we have submitted and approved. And I would like to reiterate that some had been denied though. So we have a list, or most of them have been approved, and we have just a few being denied. So we have a list of proposals that are approved, some also pending, and also some denied. We can see the State Bar of New Mexico, the anti-racism webinar, and also the Meet the Candidate events. Overall, we have a total expended and to be encumbered amount on the funding proposal tab amounting to $75,378.89. And holiday amounted to $24,650, and the Living the Dream and Building Bridges amounted to $50,728.89. This report, or the overall of this report, shows the successful leveraging of external partnership to support the Martin Luther King Programming Commission, whilst we reduce reliance on general fund sources. Now to the budget appropriation presentation.
All right, thank you for that. And Treasurer, you might have some questions?
I do. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Can we go to the first spreadsheet that you gave us? And just to point out for column F on anything that has to be encumbered, does that subtract from the 170 that you have listed on page? It's the total balance of 170,000.
Can you get into your meeting?
Mr. Chairman, Finance Director, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please come again?
Yes, sir. So on column K, 170,000, does that need to deduct the 70,000 that you said we still needed to pay out?
I would like to defer that question to the Executive Director, please.
The 70,000 from the funding proposals, or?
Yes, everything that he's saying, Mr. Chairman, that is pending, is
So
that
everything,
deducting the ones off of the 170?
No, so things that are pending have not been encumbered because they haven't been approved. So for example, we have funding proposals for Juneteenth, most largely just from Juneteenth. Those haven't been encumbered because they haven't been approved, so they're not deducting from that 170,000.
So column F,
Right.
that total right there.
So
is that
this
total supposed to be deducted from the 170? Or is that included in it?
it's in. Mhm.
So then back to the other start sheet, Mr. Chairman, on L, what's really helpful is to do a percentage of how much you've spent. And then if you could also let me know, since this is for now, did you do anything up until June 30th to see how much lowers K on the 200 category will be deducted?
Yes,
based
ma'am.
off of salaries?
Mr. Chair, Madam Treasurer, I will do the calculation for the percentage. And I can come back to this report. He's going to present on the budget projection, which is going to project what we need to move from the 200 category because we have vacancy savings. What I recommend we move from the 300 category for savings for what we're going to projected to spend out of the 300 category, and then what we're projected to spend out of the 400 category.
And so at the end of it all, what is that bottom line?
About $11,000.
Plus or minus?
Plus, but we also have an opportunity to do some expansion of Youth Leadership Conference, as well as additional funding proposals that we foresee to get towards the end of the fiscal year.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, off of the $601,000 for this fiscal year, you're saying that we are expected or anticipated to have $11,000 that we could still utilize?
Yes.
That's the closest I've ever been on the budget. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
You're recognized to continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Now on to the budget projection report. I would be taking you through the FY26 budget projection report. And the purpose of this report is to show you where the budget currently stands and what we are projecting through the end of the fiscal year, and how these projections support the requested budget adjustment, the bar. And I also want to emphasize that this is a projection. So see amounts that are not yet encumbered, but are planned to be spent as we approach fiscal year end. And these projections are intentional and are meant to provide transparency and support sound fiscal planning. Before I begin, I would also want to say that this report and these projections were reviewed and confirmed during discussions with the ACT4 Unit Bureau Chief, Lisa Jennings, and also ACT4 Accountant Emmanuel Kima, and they directly support the budget adjustment request. Now onto the report. From the 200 category, personnel services, I would like to start off from there. We have a total adopted budget to be $258,100. To date, approximately $107,013.23 has been expended. The unspent and obligated balance amounted to $101,086.77. And we are projecting an additional $234.99 in personnel activities by fiscal year end. And this leaves us a projected remaining balance of $58,500,851.78. And this remaining balance is very important because it represents the capacity within the personnel services that can be reallocated to support operational needs elsewhere. To the 300 category captioned contractual services, we can see an adopted budget of $141,500. Expenses to date totaled $50,464.26. Currently, we have $30,980 to be encumbered, and that leaves us with an obligated balance of $60,055.74. And it is also very important to note that there are several upcoming costs, such as the leadership conference and also other contractual services that will be included in these projected expenditures. So while these amounts are yet to be encumbered, they are planned and expected before fiscal year end. And I would also like to say that once these projections are applied, the remaining balance would accurately reflect the anticipated spending rather than the unused funds that we have in our accounts. Now, on the 400 category, other costs, we can see that we have some amounts that are highlighted in red. So when we move to the 400 category, we notice that it appears to be over budget. That's why we see certain amounts highlighted in red. And this is not because the program is currently overspending. Rather, this category reflects projected expenditures, including costs associated with anticipated activities and also events. So that is the reason we plan to move the negative balance of $53,177.16 will be covered by the bar. The amount that we see in the 400 category, that is the excess of the 53,000 will be covered by the bar. So we plan on moving the excess of 58,000 in account code 200 to the 400 category to offset the red balance that we are seeing in account code 400. And the purpose of this projection is to support the bar, as I said earlier, the budget adjustment request, specifically transferring the 58,000 from account code 200 personnel services into the 400 category. And this reallocation will ensure that the projected expenditures are fully supported and that the budget remains balanced and also compliant. My closing remarks on this report.
Thank you. It's like 4 larger ones. Thank you.
Just a moment. If you're online, and would you mute yourself, of course, with the exception of our CFO who is currently making presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. With this adjustment, the budget, the projection will appear out of alignment as we see on our screens, even though the total spending remains with the program's overall authorized resources. When you scroll down to the bottom and look at the fully expanded projection, this will give you the overall picture of our budget projections. And all projected expenditures are being accounted. The imbalance that we have in account code 400, and we end the fiscal year with approximately $11,730.70 remaining in our coffers. And this remaining balance will give management the discretion to address financial operation needs as we close out fiscal year end. And this amount of excess of 11,000 would also support any additional conference needs and also funding proposals as we also approach fiscal year end. In conclusion, or in summary, the FY26 budget appropriation report provide a transparent and also accurate financial snapshot of where the Commission stands as at today, and also demonstrates the need for a strategic reallocation of funds, that is the budget adjustment request, and supports the responsible fiscal management as we approach year end. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, I know that you need to leave, but the action item looks like it's a little bit later in the agenda. So just to clarify what you're needing, you just need us to move the 53,177.16 from category 200 to category 400. So that's the proper motion.
Okay, sure. Executive Director, you can go ahead, please.
So let's, okay, Executive Director.
We need to move the 58,000 from the vacancy savings in the 200 category, as well as that $6,055.74 that will be remaining in the 300 category from the projection, which is reflected in the budget adjustment form that I'll have in my presentation and that you have in your packet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, and so before we go, I have just a couple questions. Just so it's clear for me, for staff as total, how much is yet unspent through the end of the fiscal year for the Commission's staffing?
Chair West, did I hear your question correctly? Did you say for staff total?
Yes.
Executive Director, can you please help with this, please?
Mr. Chair, the total would be the unobligated balance, which is $101,086.77.
That's how much is remaining to be paid for staffing.
That's the remaining balance that we have. The projected expenditure for year end is $42,234.99.
From today through the end of year.
From the pay period, you're gonna trip me up, I'll know the pay period that posted most recently when we ran this budget projection to the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions, comments on the CFO report? Okay, here none. Commissioner Dabney.
Just a question. Have the vacancies been filled?
This is for current staffing. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I think we were supposed to hire a CFO internally, or is that what that extra money was supposed to be for?
I can.
Executive Director.
So what we found was that we have two full-time positions from the legislature, an executive director, what was formerly a deputy director, what was turned into a program manager. We did not have the funds to hire a full-time employee as a CFO. The market value for that would exceed this $58,000 that we have remaining. I'm designated as the agency's CFO per the Department of Finance and Administration, but we contract a fiscal support services contractor for transparency and accountability so that I'm not deciding what programming we're doing and reporting to you all on the budget.
And those funds were allocated specifically from the legislature with the understanding that it would be a contract support position. This was part of the advocacy and negotiations that the commission's officers, along with a couple other commissioners, pursued with the legislature, and that was the understanding. We said, listen, we need more support, and that was part of our historic budget increase that we were able to give for the commission. But I'm still thinking that the 42,000 that the contract CFO has just told us is from, and Director, you just told us, from the end of the last pay period to the end of the fiscal year, is related to the salaries for the 2 current employees of the commission. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll move forward with our agenda, and our next item is approval of the minutes of March 18, 2026. Is there a motion? Let's just see if there's unanimous consent for approval of the minutes. Any objection?
Point of order.
Okay. All right. There's objection. Point of order for Commissioner Robinson.
If this budget presentation has been presented into the agenda, are we not to approve it?
We don't have to approve the presentation, but later in the agenda, there is going to be a request to revise the budget adjustment request.
Okay, so we'll do that in the budget.
We'll do that. That's right. When we come to that item. All right. So we're at approval of the minutes from March 18, 2026. Is there any motion?
So, Mr. Chairman, before you make that motion, I think I might have an amendment. And I wasn't at the meeting, so I need to ask for help.
Okay.
So, going to page 4, only because I got a lot of paperwork and I wasn't there and I didn't have time to go through this last meeting. The funding request for Beta Phi Beta sororities, it says that the approval was $2,350, but when I looked at the document, it was for $1,550. And so my understanding is it was probably made for a larger amount, but we should probably put that the original request came in at $1,550.
Yeah, I think the original request amount was for $2,350, and we added another $500. Maybe it got to $2,850. So I think the minutes are accurate as they are written. I
mean, is that he's sworn about the application for $1,550 of the original request, but maybe
I think we're going off of what was presented to us during the meeting.
okay, Mr. Chairman. So the request that we actually received as an MLK says, please indicate the amount being requested from the New Mexico Martin Luther King Commission was $1,550 venue, parking, classroom. With this partnership, we should be eligible for a discount to rent the facility. Was that discussed during the regular meetings or this
No,
contract
those
agreement?
details were not discussed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the minutes as the secretary drafted them?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
And seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, so starting with myself, Mackley Carroll, I approve the minutes. Yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney.
Abstain.
Okay, Commissioner Hazel Mella.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Straight Treasurer Laura Montoya.
Abstain.
Okay, Commissioner Oscar Robinson. Said yes. Okay, Commissioner Feeney. Commissioner Stone.
Yes.
Commissioner Swiftbird.
Abstain.
Okay. Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver.
Abstain as well. I wasn't present.
Okay. Vice Chair Constance Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Umi.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
Abstain.
Okay. And Chair Little West.
Yes.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 yeses and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 abstentions. The minutes are approved.
All right. Go ahead and take us to our next item on the agenda, which is public comment. So as we proceed to this item, I just want to get a sense of how many folks want to give public comment. And we'll do that in person and online. So if you're here in person, you want to give public comment, so you let me know. Okay, and then how about online?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And go back through. And check the chat. 6. 6. That's the read, yeah. We have 1 in the chat, so that would be 7.
7 plus about 11.
And 8.
So about 18, doesn't have to be exact. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how much time it's going to take us. So with that number of folks, about 18 people who want to give public comment, we normally and customarily do 2 minutes per person. And I think we can do that for everybody. So we will just have to move quickly through. We need everybody to closely track the 2 minutes. I would, let's see, I turned my device off so it doesn't go off, but if you'll keep time. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, can we do it by topic? Just in case there's anyone that has public comment that's not related to whatever was on the agenda.
I don't know how to poll everybody for what all the different topics are. I think we're just going to go through person by person. So we'll start first in person. So whoever would like to speak first, by all means, you can just, okay, Pastor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To this commission, I'm Reverend N. Darnell Smith. I represent the Baptist Ministers Union of Albuquerque. I also speak on behalf of a president of our Ministers Fellowship of Albuquerque, the Bishop David C. Cooper, that's unable to be at this meeting today. We too agree with Madam Secretary about the announcement of the possibility of our executive removed from office. It was a public thing. It was a matter that deeply concerns our community. This young lady has breathed breath into an organization that serves just not the Albuquerque area, but serves the entire state. She has exemplified the true meaning of a true leader in our community. And it upsets us deeply when we hear this board without an evaluation, without any kind of notices, without anything within our community. There is a possibility. A possibility alarms our community. And we believe that it's a shame that this commission would bring up such possibility to an organization that you personally handpicked the executive director, and a year later, you are telling us without any notices, without any public hearing, without any evaluation, that there is a possibility of her being removed from office. We totally support the executive director. Within our community, around our state, we totally speak on her behalf. She has done an excellent job. She has carried the torch well throughout this state. And we want the record to show that we support the executive director 100%, and that we ask this board
Thank you,
to allow
Pastor.
her
Your
to do her
time has
job.
expired. Thank you. Is there who would like else to speak? Yes, sir, you're recognized. Dr. Stoney, you.
I'm just wondering if we can just go around the room like that instead of who would like to.
I think that's better.
To keep-
That's a better way. Okay. We'll do it the way I said. So you're
First, McGlure, I am I'm a businessman. I travel throughout the state of New Mexico, West Texas, Southern Colorado, Southern Utah. And I meet with a lot of rural people, not just, matter of fact, no African Americans, but mostly white Americans and Hispanics and so forth. I'm also the president of Omega Psi Phi here in Albuquerque, and I represent Omega Psi Phi throughout the entire state of New Mexico. Miss Danielle has done an excellent job in as far as what we're concerned. She's done, she supported us in every endeavor that we have seeked. We do a lot of community stuff, mentoringship, scholarships, and all that stuff, and she's always been appalled, just being a businessman and understanding the HR realm. I'm just appalled by the fact that we're having a public discussion about terminating a young lady who's just done an outstanding job within the community. And so, it's not really good for the commission. Whoever's in charge, I don't know who's in charge, but she's done an outstanding job, and we support her more than 100%. We would support her 200%. And I think it'd be a travesty if you all decided to terminate her, because that's not appropriate as far as I'm concerned. I love your comments. Really, that's not the right thing to do as an HR realm to tell a young lady that's been in the job for 1 year without an evaluation that she's possibly going to be terminated. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Okay, behind me.
I
Oh,
thought we were going in order. He said we was not.
wait, he's already up. We're doing it the way I said, so here you recognize.
My name is Pastor Willie Russell, Senior, and I'm the pastor of Grace Temple Missionary Baptist Church. I'm also a member of the Baptist Ministers Union and a member of the Ministers Fellowship. And just to concur with what was said by our president and by this businessman here, we do stand behind this young lady. She has done an excellent job thus far. She's been at all of our activity events and to represent the commission, and we stand behind her. So to what was said, to hold a public meeting and say possibly without any evaluation at all.
Okay, I see Ms. Covington.
Yes, I want to echo what other people have said. I also believe Tanya Covington, Executive Director of Peacemakers Consulting, and a community activist. And I also believe that Danielle has done an absolutely marvelous job. And I am very, very disgusted to hear that someone has the nerve to even say the words termination to someone who had not had an evaluation yet. That makes me wonder what's going on in this board. It makes me wonder whether or not you realize that you're supposed to be speaking and representing the community. It's quite obvious by the turnout today and online that the community supports Danielle. And anybody who says otherwise, especially without having had an evaluation, needs to explain themselves.
You're here. So I feel like I'm just going to take a moment. I'm going to take a moment to just address the possibility that there may be some their evaluations have or have not occurred. So I just want, when people are speaking, I don't want, rumor or misinformation to circulate or be taken potentially as fact. The history of evaluations, et cetera, for any employee, that is confidential information. And so it is not something that would necessarily even be public record. And so I just want folks to, as we have a respectful discussion, to also take care about the facts and what facts we may or may not know.
Sir, what you need to do is to tell the truth, okay, and stop talking in circles. Has she received an evaluation, yes or no?
We are not able to give details about an employee's.
If you can't give those details, then what you put on the agenda should not have been on the agenda.
All right, so we'll
Mr. Chairman,
continue.
we should not be going back and forth. Point of order. I will state for the record, I was not a part of any evaluation of the executive director. And if there was any evaluation done, it would have been with this type of process, which is what we're going to do today.
We can look back at commission agendas and see that the exec director whether or not there has been on commission agendas evaluations.
You're right.
And
That's what I'm wanting to give her a raise. What are
Oh,
you doing?
again, you're disclosing information about our discussions in executive session as it relates to the executive's compensation. So we're not doing that. We'll continue with public comment, but I just encouraging everyone to understand one of the difficulties that we have as commissioners is that we're not able to share all of the details that relate to a personnel matter concerning our employees. That's one of the difficulties here. So that's it.
So sorry if I'm an outsider. You took it publicly,
Yeah.
and therefore you kind of jeopardized that executive committee privilege. You took it.
Yeah.
I've known this young lady. I'm an outsider. My name is Sammy Aslan. I'm community organizer. It's a small community. As a women's rights organizer, it's really concerning to us that this matter was taken publicly. I understand your concern as president of the board or chair of the commission, where you want to keep things in the proper protocol, but she hasn't been served a proper protocol. Your membership hasn't been served the proper protocol. Neither has the community. I respectfully say my.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? You recognize? Thank you.
Can I?
Dr. Stone is starting the timer for you, so just a
It's
moment.
a little tense in here. I'm gonna sit down. But my name is Jay Gordine. I'm here on behalf of the syndicate ABQ. I can stand up. I really don't feel well. Okay, so I passed out, so no.
You're not required to stand. You can sit.
Okay.
I told him to stand.
Appreciate you. And I listened to my notice. I understand.
In that case, you gotta listen to the professor. Don't listen to me, okay?
Appreciate you. The syndicate centers and celebrates, uplifts Black joy and queer and trans folk. We have proudly collaborated with the MLK Commission due to the work of Ms. Danielle Kirkman. I just want to be able to impart that Danielle is an outstanding event planner, a flexible and strategic collaborator, and an intentional door opener for communities that have been overlooked. Her work organizing marches, multiple youth conferences, and the Meet the Candidates voter panel demonstrates not only skill and professionalism, but a consistent commitment to nonviolence as a guiding framework. She leads with courage and conviction, using innovative strategies to address injustices while promoting nonviolence through understanding and respect. By focusing on systems of inequity rather than individuals, she invests in the next generation, empowering young people to see themselves as agents of change. She creates spaces for civic engagement and demonstrates that love is active. It equips young people with knowledge, affirms their identities, and invites them to see themselves as the change that they want to see in the world. I'll leave you with this. Danielle embodies a deep belief in the transformative power of love, empathy, and shared humanity. Her work with youth initiatives and community-centered events reflects a commitment to opening doors, even when it requires persistence and sacrifice. She leads with compassion, resists division, and creates spaces where dignity and belonging are prioritized. And I would encourage the board to follow her model.
Thank you for those comments. Who would like to speak next? All right, you're recognized.
Thank you. I am Alicia Harrison Bailey. I'm a wife, a mother, and a community advocate. And I am deeply committed to our children's civic engagement and strengthening collaboration throughout our communities. I have only been a resident of Albuquerque in New Mexico for less than 4 years. But during my time here, I have seen extraordinary leadership and impact from Director Kirkman. She has galvanized our community, not only across this state, but across the country. Through collaboration, outreach, and intentional service, she has worked tirelessly to ensure that the lessons and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. have reached every corner of New Mexico. Her leadership has been transformational. She has created opportunities for education, unity, civic participation, and meaningful community engagement. The impact of her work is evident in the partnerships she has built and the people she continues to inspire. Today, I stand firmly to support Director Kirkman. Removing her from this role would create a significant loss for our community and disrupt the momentum built under her leadership. As the saying goes, a team without leadership is like a ship without a rudder, certain to wander aimlessly and get nowhere. Director Kirkman has provided vision, direction, and purpose, and I believe our community benefits greatly from her continued leadership.
Thank you for those comments. Who would like to speak next?
Hello, family.
Counselor recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Appreciate you opening up public comment on this very important agenda. My name's Nicole Rogers. I serve as the city councilor for this area that we're sitting in, where MLK resides. And I am coming just to give my in her work in the last year has been really amazing. The collaborations, the amount of work that's happened across the state, not just in Albuquerque, has been really awesome to see. And I've heard from friends and family in other parts of New Mexico being grateful for the leadership to bring it outside of Albuquerque, which is, this is a statewide commission, right? And while I respect the decision of the commission not to be a part of the African American Advisory Board of the city of Albuquerque, I do feel it's important to clarify a couple of things that I've heard in the spirit of no misinformation. Danielle Kervin did attend our bill signing, even though the commission voted not to be a part of the board. She was very clear during that time, wearing her Zeta pin, that she was there as a representative of Zeta Phi Beta, not as the executive director, to be respectful of the commission's decision not to be a part of the advisory board. That is something that I've seen her practice in not just that event, but events across the community. Now, we know as Black folks, our intersections, right? We have a lot of intersectionality, and then we are often stifled from showing up in those intersections fully in our jobs. And to see that that's happening here at the commission is heartbreaking. This is a Black organization to serve the Black community. We should at all places be able to show up in our full selves, all of our intersections in our work with our own people. If we can't do that here, where can we do that? In a time when the country is laying off Black women across the country because the DEI, to see that we are doing that to ourselves is absolutely.
All right, Counselor, thank you. Your time is expired. Who would like to speak next?
I'm Dr. Stephanie McIver. My family, lifelong residents of Albuquerque and participants in MLK activities. My parents send greetings. It is not difficult to subject the performance of this commission to an empirical analysis to compare the year under Ms. Kervin's leadership to all the prior years. And so I actually have a report, which I would be happy to submit to the commission with citations. And so assessing everything from its public facing presence on all social media to its annual reports. I read the report last year. These are the findings. That under her leadership is a shift toward operational compliance, community-led strategic planning, and structured expansion. In prior years, the organization was heavily impacted by compliance issues, clearing historical audit findings, as we saw, great fiscal management under a new day at MLK, delivering measurable results in accountability and compliance. In the past, operating without formalized long-term state trajectory, but under her leadership, strategic action planning process, constituting or instituting the Volunteer Advisory Committee and expanding the Youth Ambassador Program. In past years, focusing mostly, so we value that, localized seasonal memorial events and observances, lovely, but under her leadership, transitioning toward institutionalized statewide structures. And I refocus on that Youth Ambassador Program. Even for me, the mere presence, public presence of the MLK Commission under her leadership is far more than I'd experienced under any previous term. And I appreciate that. So I too am shocked and appalled in the same way as you've mentioned that we are even having this conversation. So I support wholeheartedly. I can send this empirical report and analysis with citation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Happy to do so.
Appreciate that. Your time has expired. So who would like to speak next? You recognize?
My name is Bianca Hill. I'm here in my personal capacity. As we heard, Ms. Kervin has exemplified that as well. I am not here on behalf of anyone else other than my personal capacity as a resident of the great state of New Mexico. I am the owner of Bianca Hill Consulting, which is an HR consulting firm in Albuquerque. I've lived here off and on for many years, most recently though for the past 13 years. Over the past year, I've seen revival of the purpose of this commission under Executive Director Kervin's leadership. There has been an increased presence of impact more than I've seen in the past decade. This has raised the visibility of the work of the commission to create broader impact acknowledgement of the work of this commission, and resurgence of connection with businesses and other community partners to reach more residents in our state. As Madam Treasurer identified, in reviewing the commission's bylaws, and it's clear that there is potential overreach of authority by first asking Ms. Kervin to resign and now taking this action, which according to the agenda appears to be focused on the termination of her position. The authority of the commission lies in the full commission, not just in one or two people on this board. Your bylaws also say that at the annual meeting, an annual performance evaluation shall be completed and shall identify areas of improvement. If I recall correctly, earlier in this meeting, the annual meeting is set for June of this year, which indicates that maybe it has not happened yet in the way that your bylaws describe it. As an HR professional and leader, I'm incredibly disappointed in the leadership of this commission at this time, the lack of due process, adherence to the commission's own bylaws and statute, and lack of investment to develop a leader or strengthen me. New CEOs are regularly given more than a year to turn an organization around and are provided with the resources, time, and investments necessary to impact an organization positively. By not affording Ms. Kervin the appropriate time and resources to meet any improvements that are deemed necessary is out of alignment with standard practice. Black women are losing their jobs, Counselor pointed out, at an alarming rate across this country, and we do not want to contribute to that statistic in the state of New Mexico and in Albuquerque. If there is coaching that she needs, I encourage the board to provide her resources in order to do that and be able to focus on the areas of improvement. While bylaws state that she served at the will of this commission, the reality is this commission served at the will of the people.
Amen. Amen. All right, that time has expired. Next, you're recognized.
My name is Alan Body. I'm here on behalf of Alpha Phi Alpha. I'm the chapter president for the Albuquerque Alumni Chapter, advisor to the college chapter, and the area director. Now, I know there has not been the evaluation that we've heard many times, but let me help you. According to your own mission statement, one of the causes of the commission is to advance Dr. King's legacy. Our own national program is a Vote with People to Help with People. It was started in 1919. It's the second program for Alpha Phi Alpha and one of the first in the D9. She's done that through the Meet the Candidates forums. There was 2. She's done that in collaboration with the teach-ins, the first and the second on immigration and voting acts. Let's move on to your vision statement. Connecting community. As we've all heard, there's been more accountability, more digital focus, more events that have been done throughout the state that we hear about, that we have not heard about in the past. The D9 incorporation of said events. I know the advisory acts, the Black, the Hispanic, and multicultural weren't passed, but we were informed of them. We signed them as the D9. Now let's move on to the purpose. Now, in the digital world, the state plans, as we said, we saw what was happening in Clovis and in Roswell, what's going on in a few weeks. We got to table at the march, the MLK March, talking about the march for the past 7 years. Alpha Phi Alpha in the area adopted the streetscape. We've asked many, many times if we can reroute the march to pass that streetscape so that young children can see that streetscape and see the murals. It was done under her administration. We got all the t-shirts and all the other events or all the other things at the events through partnership. Again, part of your purpose. So having said that, seeing the bylaws and we're talking about everything, I want to know why we're here. Why are we even having this discussion? I don't think we should be having it. I think it's a waste of everyone's time. But we stand with Danielle.
So the time has expired, and who would like to speak next?
I won't speak.
All right, you're recognized.
My name is Damon Shelby. I'm the executive pastor of God's House Church. My father has served on this committee several years previously. I want to state today, I 100% support Executive Director Kervin. She has exemplified a level of professionalism, integrity, character like none other. As we all know in this room, this commission has been detrimental in our state and our community for several years. But this young lady has come and revitalized this commission and given us some respect in the community as well as the state. And I hope today what has been said will be taken to heart, that this young lady has done a tremendous job in restoring integrity and character within this agency here in the state of New Mexico.
All right, who would like to speak next?
May I?
You're recognized, Professor.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
morning. I'm Marcia Hardiman, and not representing the university, but just a longtime community person who's watched a lot of struggle in our growth and expectation for representation in our community. So thank you first to the commissioners who serve. I did not prepare comments, so I'm hoping I can pull stuff together quickly because I really, really wanted to come to listen. I know that we cannot know all of the inner workings that are privy to the Board of Commissioners. But if I put on my old personnel director's hat, I just want to present without emotion some objective consideration that comes through my mind. And these are some of the things that I thought. One, this is an organization like so many other Black organizations in this community that is almost programmed to fail. We don't get enough money. We don't get enough staff. We certainly don't have the ability to achieve a lot of things. And with a 1 or 2 person show, if anything gets done, it's a marvel. So kudos to Ms. Kervin for all that she's done. And thank you, each and every one of you who have spoken. Legacy. In a year, maybe you're a star. But let me say that I do want to ask that the board will consider a couple of things. One, what tools are provided as you make this assessment? Is there sufficient support for a 1 or 2 person show? Is there sufficient direction from the board for guidance? And then later, evaluation and assessment. What is the standard for that performance? In city government, you're on probation as a professional for a year before you can even begin to know what you're supposed to know. So a lot of questions there. Who sets those performance standards? Who is the governor, supervisor, if you will, of those standards? Is it an individual? Is it the board as a whole? Who provides guidance and training along that path? At what point is there a determination made that there is a spot check before the full year or whatever is up? Because the goal is to help people succeed. So if we don't have conversations that say, these are things that we still want to see done, then we fail our employees. I know my time is running out and I want to just say thank you for the opportunity to share their gazillion thoughts. I appreciate the civil discourse that we're trying to maintain and praying for an outcome that represents our community well.
Thank you. All right. So we are ready to take comment from the next person who would like to speak.
Richard? Thank this lady.
Oh, Representative, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the commission. My name is Janelle Norton. I'm the State House Representative for House District 19, where the commission is seated. I'm not speaking as a representative of the entire legislature, but I am a member of the legislature. And I've had the pleasure of working with the MLK Commission for the last 4 years. And in the last year, I've seen Director Kervin lead this organization with grace, calm, and competence. And you, the commission, have heard and will continue to hear from a broad spectrum of members of the community who come here on a Friday morning because the agenda listed possible action against her. We're here to show her our full support. We're here because you are considering possibly removing her or subjecting her to discipline. We would like to know why, because she has shown nothing but strong leadership to this mission. And I was just really disappointed to hear that this is even being considered. I was baffled and I continue to be. So please rethink. She's done an amazing job and I hope that you will allow her to continue to do that job. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Who would like to speak next? Okay, maybe there's somebody else in person who would like to speak. Oh, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricky Stern. I'm the new Deputy Treasurer under Treasurer Montoya, and I'm still learning the dynamics of the various councils and committees. So I just wanted to make a comment objectively as somebody who sat on a lot of boards and commissions. I asked the treasurer to come after looking at the agenda here because I saw something on there that I just really wanted to comment on, which is kind of like the disrespect of what was made public. And so to put it in perspective, Chairman, we have an action item to elect new officers. And I would just ask for you to consider the agenda item below that one as being potential pictures with the new chair and the family, potential rededication of the chair's parking space. Potential, I'm just saying for context, right, is the agenda structured in a way that suggests that something is going to happen. And doing that puts the director in a position to be very defensive about what the board is about to consider. And so I just wanted to comment for what it's worth moving forward is when you put an executive session that says termination, followed by an agenda item that says naming an interim director, followed by an agenda item that says potential action on the director, and following with an agenda item that says hiring a search firm to replace the director, it's implicit about what's going to happen and that's done publicly. And then just to wrap it all up, to have a meeting in a room that fits 15 people is also part of the public display of transparency and leadership here. So thank you.
Here. All right, so who would like to speak next, if anyone in person?
Behind you. Behind you.
Oh, you're recognized.
Gina Leon Gunini, Maria Hanifa Pickett. I am the City of Albuquerque's Office of Black Community Engagement. And with that statement, I will completely remove my title and speak to you as a community member. And just thank you and so much gratitude for everyone who has come together in solidarity and support of what we need to do and accomplish today. And any deviation from the unification of our community, particularly surrounding someone who came with excellence in the form of Director Kervin, who has provided unification, who has made an appearance statewide and an impact that is still rippling. And ultimately that we are gathered in this time to have to address this is truly egregious. The comments that have been made from our commission that I've heard thus far in defense of the positionality is inadequate and quite frankly disrespectful. Because if this is building trust in the relationship, and just to echo, the agenda and how that is set and the tone and the environment that creates, when we should be about the business of supporting and edifying and providing to partner organizations who do incredible work in the Black community across the state to say if there is a need, if there are challenges, we have elders in this room respectfully, and we have those in leadership that can rally around supporting the director and to continue to guide through these very challenging times in how we address and deal in a community that has its challenges, yes, but in relationship to policy, the state, the city level. So I
Thank you
just
for
want
your
to offer
comments.
the support.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, okay, please come in.
Hello, good morning.
You're recognized.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Asha Ortiz. I do work for the Office of African American Affairs, but I'm not here in that regard. I am on break right now. I've heard a lot of people talk about what Danielle has done, and I just want to share how she does it. Danielle pours everything she has into this job. I'm not gonna get emotional. There have been times that, as my friend and my sorority sister, I have brought her food because she is doing what she can to pour into the community because she believes in what she's doing and she believes in the mission of this organization. And so I just wanted to say that, honestly, I, if anything else, am proud of the work that you have done, Danielle, and you guys should be honored to have her as the executive director of this commission.
Thank you. All right, so Haley.
Yes, hello, my name is Haley Niaga. I am currently a rising senior at the University of New Mexico, pursuing a dual degree in population health and economics. I also work for the MLK Commission as a support assistant, but I'm here today not as a support assistant because I'm on my day off, actually. So I'm here as a member of the public. Within my role at the commission, I have the unique opportunity to see how Danielle runs on a day-to-day basis, something that only 3 people have me representing Jaden, my other coworker. And seeing her on a day-to-day, I just see how much she has expanded the capacity of the commission. The changes that have been made in the last couple months have just improved our efficiency and our ability to serve the state of New Mexico well. She's developed my skill as a leader to be able to impact and develop programs that impact this community. And every day I just see people coming in and out of the commission looking specifically for Danielle, looking to her for guidance, for resources, for collaboration, for unity. And she's just ultimately the prime example of somebody who the commission needs. And honestly, it is extremely disheartening that we would even consider her termination, especially after having not been given full time to serve. The director has been able to for her. So I believe that if anyone deserves to be in this role and to continue the hard work that she's already putting in, it's Danielle. So
Thank you for those comments. All right. Well, okay, one more. We'll take one more in person and then we're going online.
My name is Ezra Herbert. I work for the OAAA. I'm speaking on, from my personal standpoint as a resident. I know that Director Kirvin's work over the last year has been nothing short of exemplary. I think she's a model for not only our community here locally, but for the state as a whole, for, hopeful types of people that we want in spaces of leadership. She's transformed the MLK Commission over the year that she's been here. And in regards to the agenda and the purpose of this meeting, not quite sure as to what it was. Reading through it, I think it was just in poor form, if I may say, to put that type of information out to the public. Maybe, I don't know, if it's this administration or the next, maybe that should be one of the things that is considered, revising and correcting and getting new people into the commission or people who represent the will of the people and what we want to see. Because, again, as I say, Director Kirvin's position, what she's done, has been what the community has wanted. And she's been a perfect example of what we want in a leader.
Thank you for your comments. So we'll go online. Oh, you recognize.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Joan Zachman, and I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the Indian Affairs Department of the State of New Mexico. I just want to note for the record that the Indian Affairs Department is by statute part of the MLK Junior Commission. We had appointed somebody who served for a little bit and then resigned. Because of the way the law is written, I wasn't able to reappoint somebody, so the chair appointed somebody. So I just want to make sure that ID's voice was heard. I imagine there was a reason that it was written into law, that we're part of it. And I haven't met who the new person is. Quite honestly, I was hoping I could meet them in person today. But I just wanted to know, I did hear that, the way things were written on the agenda, I think from the Open Meetings Act standpoint, and just again, kind of echoing what Deputy Ricky stated as well, but to kind of note that there are some concerns with how things were put on the agenda. I think that is concerning, and I want to make sure that, that as the commission moves forward, that those types of things are heard, and making sure that the voice of our tribal communities in New Mexico are also heard. So,
I encourage you to contact Commissioner Switberg, and I have also encouraged Commissioner Switberg to contact you, Madam Secretary. So I do hope that you'll have a good working relationship toward the purpose of making sure that the interests of Native Americans are represented on our board. All that said, we're going to go online now. And can you give me an updated count of how many folks are online with their hands up?
And then in the chat, we have some written.
Okay.
Written in the chat.
All right. They'll be part of the meeting, but I'm interested in the hands that are raised.
Number one is Patrick.
I understand, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how many hands are raised.
We have 9 hands.
Oh, okay, so that's what we're going to take is 9 people in the order that they are listed, and then we'll proceed with our meeting. So first, number 1, it's Patrick. You're recognized, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Patrick Barrett. I'm Executive Director of New Mexico Center of Black Excellence, and we stand in full support of Danielle. She's done a great job. We've been working, trying to get students there to the MLK upcoming meeting. So I think it'd be I think it'd be really unfair if she were to be dismissed, but I think that she's been doing a wonderful job. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll move on to the next person online.
We have Kaylin Moon.
All right, Kaylin is recognized.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaylin Moon. I work at African American Student Services at the University of New Mexico, but I'm not here representing the university or AASS. I'm here representing myself and my own personal belief. I'd like to start by saying that I know that Danielle is the leader to advance the mission of this agency. I know it because she lives it, and I know it because she positions us, the community, to have a critical understanding about our collective responsibility of this agency and the state of New Mexico. I'd like to disclose my position and my relation to Danielle. I've known her for over 5 years and have worked with her in several capacities and have recently volunteered for the commission serving on a committee. My first argument is that Danielle is open, transparent, communicative, and is serious about standards, especially when one hasn't been set. She is a trailblazer in setting a new standard or even creating one or raising the bar when it's not enough. And I don't have enough time to list each example, but the work speaks for itself. That said, I'd like to say that she listens to community and she listens because she cares. If she didn't, the room wouldn't look the way it does right now. You wouldn't have over 100 people in the Teams meeting. That said, I'd like the record to show that I speak in strong opposition of line item, I believe, number 12. To the commissioners, I'd like to ask, which is probably a rhetorical question, whose voice currently determines the metrics of success if it's not the voice of the community you serve? For me, if it's a my way or the highway kind of politic, that's dangerously close to the ones that have been used to divide our community for centuries. To Danielle, you are loved, appreciated, and you're going to remember this day because you're going to remember what it feels like for community to love you.
Next person online.
That's Gabriel. That'll be Gabriel next, Gabriel Mohammed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. So my name is Gabriel Mohammed. Yate she'e Gabriel Mohammed yenishe torichini dashema nahitle dasheje hashglishne dashanale nahitle dasheche. I'm here on behalf of Navajo Preparatory School's first Black Student Union. I serve as the current president and co-founder. And we'd like to thank the MLK Commission Group and Danielle personally for all she's done for our brand new organization and all the opportunities she's given us as a brand new organization and the first student-based affinity group in Navajo Prep history. So we're located in Farmington, New Mexico. But again, we just want to thank Danielle for everything she's done for us, and we'd love to continue working with Danielle. And she's just doing an excellent job. And, you know, she's done a lot for small communities, and us being primarily not African-American, but more Native American of a school. It's very good, the opportunity she gives us to work and have these ideals and topics to do for our meetings and such. So thank you, Danielle, and your commission. We'd love to work with you, continue working with you. And thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next person. And just to confirm, Dr. Stone, you have the timer you want?
I do.
All right. So next up, online.
Yes, that's Stephanie Breeze.
All right, you recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Breezy. I'm an educator with Albuquerque Public Schools and also with Central New Mexico Community College, but I'm not here in any of those capacities. I do specialize in early childhood multicultural education, and I'm here to speak in strong support of Danielle Kervin. In early childhood education, we know that the most critical window for a child's development is when they first see themselves reflected in the leadership and culture around them. Danielle has been a primary architect of that reflection in our community. She understands that multicultural education isn't just a curriculum, it's a commitment. Through her leadership at the MLK Commission, she has revitalized the connection between the state level advocacy and the actual classrooms where the children are learning. She has moved diversity from being a buzzword back into a lived experience for Albuquerque families. For those of us teachers who are teaching in the community, trying to prepare the next generation, Her presence provides the beloved community framework that Dr. King envisioned and that our multicultural state requires. The personnel matters before you today cannot be viewed in a vacuum. Any disruption to Danielle's leadership is a direct disruption to the community trust that she has painstakingly built. In early childhood terms, you are proposing to pull the rug out from underneath a house that is finally being framed correctly. To lose her diversity of thought and her cultural competence now would be a profound disservice to the educators and the children who look to this commission for a vision of equity. We need you to let Danielle Kervin stay in this position to ensure multicultural education remains a priority, not a memory. I urge the board to support her continued leadership and focus on collaborative growth rather than termination. If this is truly a personnel matter, then I would urge you to offer her some type of mentorship, some type of path for development, some type of growth rather than just kick her off. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next person online.
Yes, it'll be Alexandria Taylor.
Good afternoon.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Director Kervin. My name is Alexandria Taylor. I was born and raised in southern rural New Mexico in Alamogordo. I currently serve as a commissioner on the Commission for the Status of Women. I was also the chair of the Governor's Racial Justice Council when we supported the passage of the New Mexico Civil Rights Act. I'm well versed in how our state's commissions are to be governed. It's important that the full commission be equal decision makers in the governance of the commission per the commission's bylaws, which were signed by the chair in September 2025. It appears these governing documents have been deviated from, as the bylaws require a performance evaluation and a self-evaluation by the director herself. An evaluation that I would encourage community input, since the commission is supposed to serve our community. I would also strongly encourage the commission to consider that the commissioners themselves have an evaluation by the community. We all know it has been very hard to have excellent leadership of our Black serving state agencies, as been apparent by how long it took to fill the position for the director of OAAA. We must support, uplift, encourage, coach, and stand with our Black leaders, not allow for a few commissioners to overstep their authority. I also encourage, as you all vote later in the meeting for new leadership of this commission, that you elect leadership that is capable of supporting the leadership of a young Black woman. I would also ask that the comments in the chat in this Microsoft Team meetings be included in the public record. Thank you for your time.
And they will be included. Thank you. All right, so next person online.
Okay, that'll be Mr. Joseph Cotton.
And Mr. Cotton is recognized.
Mr. Cotton,
Looks
your
like
mic.
maybe having technical difficulties. We're not unable to hear you, but we can circle back to you in case you're able to resolve the issue. So we'll go to the next person online.
Okay, that'll be Jasmine Kornick.
All right.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I stand here in strong support of the executive director of the New Mexico Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. Danielle's leadership has been far more than administrative. It has been transformational. She has guided the commission with integrity, compassion, and a commitment to service that truly embodies the legacy of Dr. King. Under her direction, the commission has expanded its outreach, strengthened community partnerships, and provided meaningful educational and cultural programs that have touched people of all ages, backgrounds, and communities across our states. She has ensured that the commission remains not just a symbol, but an active force of unity, justice, and opportunity. And what makes her leadership exceptional is that she has never led from behind a desk. She has shown up in schools, in neighborhoods, at events, and in difficult conversations. She has made people feel seen, heard, and valued. And her work has helped countless individuals to grow, learn, and connect. To consider terminating someone who has given so much stability, vision, and heart to this commission would not only be a loss for the organization, it would be a loss for the entire state of New Mexico. The program she has built, the relationships she has strengthened, and the trust she has earned cannot simply be replaced. Her removal would create disruption, diminish momentum, and signal to our communities that commitment and service are not valued. And at the time when community and leadership are more critical than ever, we cannot afford to lose someone who consistently lifts up others and help bridge divides. I urge you to consider the profound impact she has made and allow her to continue the important work of carrying Dr. King's legacy forward. The commission and our community are stronger with Danielle in place. And my name is Reverend Jasmine Cornick from Grant Chapel AME Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. So we'll go to the next.
Okay, the next person is Senator Harold Pope, Jr.
All right, Senator is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I was hoping I wouldn't have to be here. State Senator Harold Pope Jr., representing District 23, member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, member of the D9, more importantly, a resident of New Mexico who is impacted by the work of the Commission. And I speak in all of those capacities, from those capacities. I am in full support of Danielle. I have known her for years from her work at African American Student Services at UNM. I am impressed by the work that she has done on this commission, reaching out to our entire state and really upholding the values of the work that needs to be done from this King Commission. But I'm also disheartened by what I'm seeing here. From my perspective, this seems like something being initiated by a few members on this commission. I think we all understand accountability and we want that. But we have enough going on at the national level in DC. We have enough barriers going on in our state that we cannot be acting with this crabs in the barrel mentality, going after each other and bringing each other down, especially when it comes to our Black women. So I ask that in the future, things be done better. To Danielle, please continue the work that you're doing. And I hope that you see all the support that you're getting online and in person. I wish that I could be there, but unfortunately, we got committees up here and I can't. We have to do this right. And the way this was laid out and done was not done right. And so I ask for the commissioners that are on there now and the commissioners going forward, we have to do better. And if we don't, guess what? Community is going to step forward and speak up and stand for people that are doing the job. So thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'll just end and say, let's do better. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me, Senator? All right, Mr. Cotton's recognized.
Okay, so that means you can hear me. Good evening, commissioners, elected officials, and community people in the room from around the state. My name is Joseph Cotton. I am the New Mexico State NAACP president, and I am in that capacity at this time because I am very disturbed about what we are seeing and what we have to do. I echo what Senator Pope just said. There's so many things that's going around in this country and so many other focuses that we should be on, but yet we're deja vu. Not even a year later, we're in the same shape that we're in. The mandate of this purpose of this commission is to develop, promote, coordinate, review statewide plans. I am in full support of Ms. Kervin. She has community, she has collaborated, she has coordinated, and she has cooperated. She has made several trips down in the southeast New Mexico. She's gone to the school and she's read to students. She's meeting with community leaders. She's pulling us together. It appears that every time the community get behind a director or an interim director at this commission, it appears that there is a problem. Maybe the problem is not with the director. I heard someone say earlier, when you go into your closed session, there's other decisions that you have to make. Maybe you should reconsider your leadership. Maybe you should look at what's really going on here. Anyone that sent out an agenda that the way this agenda was sent out to bring an entire state in array, there's a problem there. And that's where it needs to start. Maybe we should be on a Zoom discussing as a community who we want to represent us as a commissioner. Maybe there should be a letter form that we send to the governor or those who are appointing commissioners that is not going to be willing to listen to the will of the people. The Hobbs branch, the New Mexico State Conference, NAACP,
Your time has expired, Mr. President.
stands
So we'll move on to the
100%
next person.
behind Ms. Kerwin.
All right, thank you. So
You're
we're
welcome,
moving on
sir.
to-
You're just as rude
Yeah.
as I thought you would be.
I'm
Let's keep
sorry,
it
your time
civil.
wasn't expired. I couldn't help you with that. All right,
Next
so
person
who's next?
is Kiara, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Laura Dioria.
All right.
It's Kyra Loera. Thank you. As an advocate for my community here in Clovis, New Mexico, one of the most frustrating things is sitting at a table, sharing the needs of our people, pitching real solutions, and watching so many people nod their heads but never move. So many people hold titles, so many people make promises, so many people speak out change, but when it's time to take action, too many go silent. This is why I believe in giving flowers to where they are due. Danielle Kervin has not just listened, she has moved. She has shown up. She has invested and put in actions behind her words in less than a year. She has helped create opportunities for Clovis that many of us never thought were possible. Let's talk about the facts. She was a key asset to the Roots program through the NMBLC. She was a sponsor to our Juneteenth celebration in 2025. She's helped bring Clovis its first year youth conference and sneaker ball. She has sponsored and supported and launched the Color Connects first event block party. She had stood behind beloved community in helping bring unite and healing to Clovis during time when gun violence has deeply impacted our city. This is what leadership looks like. This is what advocacy looks like in action. Here's the harsh truth. Some of you people sat in positions of power for years and have done nothing more than collect a title while our communities continue to struggle. Because titles mean nothing without action. Representation means nothing without results. Too often people are here actually doing work, creating change, and challenging the system, but become easy targets. And we cannot stay silent. When we see someone making a real difference for our youth, families, and community is on the line. So today, Danielle, my sister, my friend, I love you. Hold your head up high because you did not fail. You helped create a movement important to our community, and whether this continues to choose
I'm sorry
recognize.
to inform you that your time has expired. So, but thank you for the comments. We'll go to the next person, please.
Dr. Gerard.
Okay, that'll be JCB.
Mr. Secretary, Dr. Stone has mentioned that Dr. Zara has been up next, but we've been skipping over her. So let's go to the doctor.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Asada Zarai, and I'm professor at UNM and also vice president. Ms. Kervin is an innovator. She's dedicated. She sacrifices for her community, and any thought to remove her would be a travesty to our community and the broader state of New Mexico. Certainly, Danielle more than reflects the spirit of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Previously, I've also had the opportunity to work with Ms. Kervin at UNM as a part of African American Student Services. I can tell you that I know she is directly responsible for supporting hundreds of Black students and all students at UNM who are still pursuing their college degrees today because of her efforts. My very own son went to 2 colleges before he came to UNM, and due to Ms. Kervin's work as a navigator, he stayed and he completed his degree. I worked with Danielle when she served as director of our Black Student Belonging Project and Academic Success Program, which led to 88 to 100% retention of Black students. And our first cohort just graduated from that program, all because of her. We had the opportunity to collect photo voice data from the Black Student Belonging Project after Danielle left. And we asked students to show us pictures of what makes them encouraged, where do they get tools to succeed. Several of them had pictures of Danielle that they submitted, or they took pictures of the old nameplate on her door. All of these provide examples that she believes in our youth, and she does the outreach to change lives. And from the testimonies that we've heard here today, we've heard the same. As executive director, I have found that she has extended outreach to Black leaders and community members that had not heard from the MLK Commission previously. Please retain Danielle, and more so, I urge that you celebrate her and her many accomplishments over this past year and benefit from the genius that she's bringing to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So we'll go to the next person.
Yes, and also apologies, Doctor. I didn't know if your hand was going up or down or if there was like an internet issue. So apologies for moving you over. But the next person is Jason B, and then followed by the last person would be Tiffany.
All right.
Hello,
Jason B.
Thank you for your time. There's probably, yes, can you hear me?
We could hear you, but your video is, it seems to be a little bit glitchy. You might try, sometimes you can lower the bandwidth by turning the video off, and then we'd be able to hear you. Potentially.
Okay, how's that?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, there's, like I was saying, there's probably nothing I can say or tell you that anybody not already said. I just want the board to just look around, look online, look down the hallway, because I see people poking their head in the door. You don't get this support by just not doing the job. Danielle's doing the work, and she's making a difference. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comment. And so for our last person online, the secretary had called them, and we'll go to them. And all right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually didn't mean to raise my hand, but it must be meant to be. My name is Tiffany Johnson. I am a native New Mexican Black woman in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I do sit on several boards for the arts boards of Bernalillo County, and also Her AI Foundation. We just recently, speaking on behalf of the Her AI Foundation, we just recently had a Young Innovators Lab that was backed up through the MLK Commission, and I just want to give Danielle her thanks and her praise, because it was so many young Black kids with genius minds that came up with all of these innovations, business plans, and that work that we did was with the support of the MLK. I also just want to mention the first time even seeing her at his walk, which I also appreciate walking through the MLK mural, I knew then that this was a change that New Mexico needs. It's always the same people in leadership, and to see a young woman, young Black woman who is on fire, and not only for her position, but also giving that inspiration to everybody in the crowd. I definitely feel that it would be a disservice to the whole state, as you can hear from everybody's comments. And I do support what everybody has to say, and especially maybe reevaluating the leadership today. So I just want to say, as a Black woman, native New Mexican, I stand in support with Danielle 100%. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. And that concludes our public comments today.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put on the record, we got a letter from Dr. Green, who is the former chair of the MLK. I'm not going to read it due to time, but It is in support of Danielle Kervin, Reverend Cornick, Cecil Rose, and we all got emails from Sonia Smith.
Thank you for, in the minutes, we'll note that. And so we appreciate all those comments. Now, with public comment completed,
So, Mr. Chairman, the building room downstairs is available.
I was given to understand that it has otherwise been reserved and is occupied for use by Expo. And we have no, if it's not available because it's being used by Expo. We did check on it before this meeting to see.
Mr. Chairman, somebody named Sean said we could go into that room. There's a couple of reasons why I'm saying that. One, it's hot in here. There's a lot of elders in here. There's a lot of people with disabilities in here. There's COVID going on. There's a lot of other things going on, and the room is available. And so this is going to be a long meeting. I have kids who have immune system issues. I would really like it if we can go to where there's air. They said the fans in here don't work very well.
So who is Sean?
I don't know.
Well, so we need to know that Sean has authority to let us know that we can use the room. If you would, Counselor, we appreciate that.
It's downstairs.
Yes. Okay, so we'll continue here pending confirmation from the treasurer, the counselor to the treasurer's question. Now,
The room was unavailable when we initially checked. We caught Sean in the hallway because of capacity.
and does Sean have authority to know and say if the room can be used?
He was an employee at Expo. He made a call to Josh at Expo, who is somewhere under Dan Morning.
Okay,
Who would,
all right. Well, hopefully we'll get confirmation from the counselor.
Motion.
No, we'll just agree to do it, if we get confirmation, but so.
They've allowed us to unlock it already and it's a reservation.
Okay, so I just want to take a moment to say something here before we go to our next agenda item. I want to thank everybody for their comments here today. They are important. They matter to us. We need to hear that. Thank you. And I know folks, express some concern about the specificity of the agenda, but it's the specificity of the agenda that allows you to know what it is that could possibly be considered. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why we have had so much public comment, which we starve for a lot of times when we have our meetings. We don't get very much public comment. So we are very happy to receive the public comments. So I just want to say the notice is there to give you notice of what we may do, and we appreciate that you've given us these comments. And I also just want to take a moment to make an observation myself. It has been, and it is, a great honor to be a Martin Luther King Jr. Commissioner, and most especially to be chair of the commission. And also comes with burdens. And one of the burdens of a commissioner in general is that we sometimes know things that we are not able to share. And I heard people asking why, so we're not able to share that. That's law. That's ethics. We cannot. I feel that burden very heavily today because I have had and would love to have more open and honest conversations about this commission and where it has been and where it will go in the future. But when it comes to the performance of an employee, I can't do that. That's a heavy burden to feel and to have and to have to deal with. So that's why the commission will go into executive session later this meeting, where the public will not be included. I agree that, but that's the law. And so in executive session, that's when we will consider the items that are laid out in the agenda. But as we do that, I just want everyone to remember this. Whenever you look at something, there's the part that you see, and there's also the part that you don't see. And the additional burden of being a King Commissioner is that you have to give account to all of it. And then it is our responsibility to do what we believe is best in the best interest of the commission. And the commission has done that as well as it can for the past 35 years. And if we do that today, so we will take into account and consideration all that has been said and spoken here today, but trust and believe that as volunteers, all of the commissioners, that we donate our time to this commission, we do it because we want the commission to be successful and we want it to prosper. And as chair, that is why I am here. So I just want to share that before we move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the Dr. King Minute. And the Dr. King Minute is here for anyone who hasn't been to our meetings. When I became chair, I instituted this agenda item to give us a chance, even though we have all of our business to attend to remember and honor Dr. King in specific. Today is brought to us by Commissioner Robinson.
Yeah, I have it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, there we go. Bam. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Martin Luther King Minute moment is presented by me for the students at Portales High School English class. We had a contest at this year's honor rate. And the English department at Portales for the last 5 years have a contest where they ask students to write an essay and they select the winners. And this essay has been going on, the contest has been going on for 5 years. And what you have in place is 2 seniors who wrote the essay showing what they felt Dr. Martin Luther King stood for. I don't want to read them. I think that it's important that each commissioner realize that the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King, even in rural America, is going on strong. And these young people, one is Hispanic, one is the English, Anglo, and the Anglo and the Hispanic lady have ambitions of continuing the dreams of Dr. Martin Luther King. One has dedicated herself to become a research scientist, not for recognition, because she loves humanity. She a very ingenious student. She's a person who has put together a lot of biological studies, and she wanted to be a research scientist in cancer, those breast cancers primarily, to eliminate breast cancer in women. And in a high school, she started this in 8th grade. If you read the essay, the commissioners who have copies of it, think of these are just 12th grade kids who aspired to be and was inspired by this commission, the Martin Luther King Commission, several years ago, when they attend programs that 2 communities, Clovis and Portales, present. Clovis Commission have an essay contest, and we got the idea that we should have an essay contest in Portales. So I went to the Department of English, I went to the principal actually, and asked him with the form a contest and grade the students and open it up to senior students so that we can isolate the best writers. So this commission, and I keep saying this commission, Martin Luther King Commission, through the leadership of the executive director and other directors, have funded contests. And these young ladies, they all received from this commission $300 that was awarded to us to give to the awardees. And if you read their papers, you just get the feel that the word of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is going strong in Portales, New Mexico. Whole community of Black folks, Hispanic folks, white folks, we're just rednecks down there enjoying ourselves. And so if you gotta understand, that may sound funny to you, I'm an Aggie. And agricultural people are rednecks. That's what we are. We're farmers. And and redneck has nothing to do with ethnicity. It has something to do with agriculture. It's an agriculture term meaning that I've been in the sun too long and I'm working at my heart out, whether I'm chopping cotton or raising corn. And that's what a redneck means. And so you have to understand that our heart and feeling for Martin Luther King Jr. goes way beyond ethnicity. It goes around by people. And if you read these young ladies' essay, you will find that they are people and they think about people, not color, race, or anything. And that's all I need to say.
Well, we appreciate those comments. Well made, and those essays will be attached to the minutes. So
thank you. Appreciate it.
Can access them. And so that said, I wonder if we have a room update.
We do. We're ready to go.
Okay, so we're going to recess from here, just for everyone to know on the public. For anyone who's in person, follow us. We're going down to the bigger room in the same building, but below. And just confirming that we're still publicly streaming and recording, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that takes to the next item on our agenda. We still have a forum. Commissioner Dabney has. So he may or may not be able to join us. But under our amended agenda, the next item on the agenda is for. And so we'll just take care of that now.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm people to understand that we are publicly streaming and recording, and so everyone who's online is still here as well. They definitely need the Secretary's assistance to call the roll and push the vote. Secretary Crowell, are you online?
Yes, I'm online, Chair.
All right. So we're going to proceed with election of office for the next item on the agenda. And so at this time, we'll open the floor for statements from candidates for chair.
Clarification, the secretary, chair, and vice chair.
Those are three offices.
And can we first be told if the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary are moving for one specifically?
Yeah. Where do we do by position? So I'm asking, open the floor now. The floor is open for statements from candidates for chair of the commission.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know whether or not the current people would like to serve again, or they're interested. So, starting as secretary, is there
Secretary Burrow, are you interested to serve as chair? I mean, as secretary or as chair.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I leave that job to you. I'm interested in keeping the position, yes.
I think that was a yes for secretary, though. You will serve again if elected?
Yes, Chair.
But I feel like we should go in a reverse order to keep you that way. So let's just answer your question with the current slate of officers are interested to serve again. Madam Vice Chair, if elected to serve again as Vice Chair, would you serve? And yes. Before I answer whether I would be willing to serve again as chair, let me just see, is there someone else who would like to be chair of this commission?
Mr. Chairman, the question first is whether or not the balance because of
If elected again, I would serve. All right, so those are the answers from the existing candidates, and back to what I had said before, which is, are there, if any statements from candidates who would like to serve as chair of the commission?
So, Mr. Chairman, for secretary only, sounds like there's no one else interested.
We're doing chair at the moment. We're gonna go chair,
Two chairs.
vice chair, and then secretary. Anyone else would like to, be willing and to serve?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to know that.
Dr. Melia, would you serve? Okay, well, Dr. Melia, if elected, would serve as chair. Would you like to make a statement, on this bylaw? Anyone who would like to chair the commission, just to make a statement? By all means.
I imagine it's been incredibly difficult to move us into the place that we have moved into, given the conflict and the historical legacy that our organization has endured over the past 5 years. But thank you for your leadership. And I think that what we heard today, that.
Oh, I'm just raising my hand for Secretary of State Team Salter.
Oh, Secretary.
Oh, okay, we'll recognize the Secretary of State in just a moment. I think, so in just a moment, we'll come back to the Secretary of State.
What I heard from the community was that perhaps it might be time to consider additional leadership. And when I think about Dr. Hazel Melia's background and her 25 years of experience across both private and public sectors, including academia, I think that that's a really it's a really prime opportunity then for us to consider as we continue to coach our executive director who's making a significant transition from a professional career that has been in higher ed into a public sector role. And so I know that you have been really successful, and then you have a legacy of leading, and I think that you would be a really great position for our community to help continue to coach it, and the rest of the MLK staff and the commissioners, and that I think we need to advance the media and
So we'll go to the Secretary of State.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I just was having a hard time hearing. I'm sure you all are more comfortable, and I think moving was great. It's the acoustics in this room are a little bit harder for the online participants. That's all. So I was just trying to catch up with where we were at. I think I'm there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I do want to make sure you can hear what's going on.
I think it's better now, and as long as
the owl here, we can move the mic up.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. Thank you, though.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. A little closer, and if everyone speaks up. Is that better? Testing. Can you hear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Madam Secretary, if you can hear us better now.
Quite an interesting. Yes, this is very interesting.
Is this better?
Mm-hmm.
It is, thank you.
All right, so Madam Secretary, just so you know, what just occurred is Dr. Stone essentially nominated, and I think gave a statement of interest in support of Dr. Melia to be chair of the commission. Also, before that, we had established that the current slate of officers, each of them would be willing to serve for re-election. So that's where we were when you said if you were able to hear us, and I just wanted to bring you up to speed. Okay, you able to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, at this point, I think I'm gonna make my own decision, I think, because I have said that it's elected I would serve. And so as I do that, I think back to when I was first elected chair in October 2024. And those were some very difficult circumstances, and I didn't want to be chair. And, but I stepped up to be chair, and I made a promise to everyone that we would pursue accountability, transparency, and compliance. Those were some huge words to say, especially at the time, always huge words to say, but especially at that time. And I have stood by that, and I have really tried to live into those principles. I think each of the commissioners likely knows that that is true, but I really have intended to live into those principles. I think there are important principles that the commission needs. And I've worked hard as a chair of this commission, and I'm committed to it. This is my second term. I see so many improvements in the work of the commission. Certainly from the time that I was first appointed to now, and certainly in the time that I've been chair, have accomplished some huge things for the commission in my time as chair. Have gone to the legislature and got a historic increase in the amount of funding for this commission, 50+% increase after decades that the legislature kept our funding at the same level. We fought and restored funding for the Black Education Act, Hispanic Education Act, and the Bilingual and Multicultural Education Acts in this past legislative session. And I was there, I led that charge. I was supported by others of our commissioners. And we have a statewide strategic plan that was developed, created by commissioners, and with the assistance of the public. I have to thank other commissioners for supporting that. But that, when I became chair, was one of the things I know that we need as a commission to help us navigate our path forward in these coming years. I also want to say that, there's just a few examples of the many things that we have done, and we're not done yet. We've established a fundraising committee to work to secure our future. Despite what political changes may come, we still can have funding, even if we don't get it from the legislature or from the governor. So what I want to say is, we've been rebuilding, and rebuilding is a process, and it doesn't come easy. But I know that y'all have seen me as chair here doing a lot of some hard work to make sure that we do have progress as a commission. I hope that you see that I care. I hope that you see that I am here to pursue with integrity the principles that I first stood for election as chair. So, all that said, I will serve again as chair if elected. And with that, I would renew my pledge to pursue accountability, transparency, and compliance, and to do it all with the mission of the commission in the forefront, which is to honor Dr. King. Any other statements from any candidates who wish to be chair of the commission?
Thank you so much, Chair West. So my name is Hazel Melia, and I have been with the commission since 2024. And I have learned so much from you. It's a big shoes to fill. I humbly accept and I'm honored with this nomination. As a person and woman of color, and as an Asian American who was first came here to America from the Philippines, had to learn the language. So, marunong ako mag-Tagalog dito. English is not my first language. So I understand the legacy that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. has. In that, he had a dream. And I'm really getting it. The dream is to be able to provide equitable access, diversity of thought, and inclusive ideas to the school. And I'm here because of my experience with starting with the state personnel office, Mr. Serna, who used to be a state personnel office director, and with the corrections department, I was re-entry coordinator and program administrator for the state of Mexico's correctional department, but currently as training manager for the Department of Workforce Solutions. So I truly understand the gamut of the many diverse issues and concerns of our very underrepresented and underserved communities in the rural communities, in our indigenous tribal communities, but most of all, our African American Black. Yeah. So I hope that you'll consider my vote, my nomination, and I will be a good coach if elected, and I'll be here to provide autonomy. It's coaching for the executive director because she requires the autonomy, the independence, and the creativity to continue her innovative approach to moving us forward. Anyway, so thank you for this.
All right, so it seems like the statements are there. I am uncertain if we should have discussion or if we should call the roll. So is there any input on how we should deal with the contested election, Chair?
So if you're closing nominations and there's no one else interested in chair, then there needs to be a proper motion to be able to, for both of them to move forward and a proper second.
I don't know, Treasurer, I hate to disagree, but I think under the bylaws, it takes a statement of interest from someone who is interested, and then we proceed with the election from there.
That's the statute, but the bylaw.
The bylaws.
The bylaws and the Open Meetings Act for an action item require a first and a second unless it's a tabling motion. I'm not a lawyer, but I see a nod of yes.
Okay, so in that case, may I have a motion to identify Dr. Melia and myself as candidates for chair and to close the nominations?
So I believe Dr. Brandy Stone was making a motion.
I didn't hear a motion, and I think that the bylaws say that we make statements and those are the candidates. So I'm asking for a motion to recognize the candidates who made statements.
That's not how you have to do it. If you wanted to vote for one person in particular, you make the motion for
When the
that.
roll is called, you can vote for who you would like to.
True, but if somebody doesn't want to make the motion for both, and they only want the motion for one, then they make the motion for that one.
Right.
If you get a second, then they're up for nomination. Then if someone nominates the other person and seconds it, then they're both up.
Oh,
Then you have a vote.
okay, all right. So let me ask you this. What motions are there out there for nominations for chair of the commission? Dr. Stone, you have a motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that we consider Dr. Hazel Melia as the chair for the next year for the MLK Commission.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to second the motion, and the reason why I would like all of this board to consider this is that it's not the color of our skin, it's the integrity and the character of our being and our vision of MLK. And when I look at what the mission states,
Treasurer,
this is part of my second.
will you just say you second the motion and then I ask if there's discussion? So okay, so you second.
Go ahead.
Discussion?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, as I was saying, we heard from the community in going back to the roots of why there's an MLK Commission board. It's about advancing Martin Luther King's legacy of human rights, equality, nonviolence, social change, unity, and interconnectedness by engaging the people of New Mexico. The vision is to build a connected network of community organizations driven by collaboration, coordination, and cooperation to advance MLK's principles. And what I saw today is an entire community that came in fear, but came also in love to support someone that they believe is pursuing this vision and this mission. What I also saw when I got the agenda is that we as a board were not collaborative in the discussion of how this agenda would move forward. We also were not collaborative with our own executive director to prepare her for whatever this meeting was going to be. The frustration from the community is real. The frustration from me is real. That's why you have 3 staff members from my office here. The amount of time and energy and effort and fear that was brought. There are things we need to do, and we need to do them in a thoughtful way. I appreciate Chairman West's chairmanship this last year. I had asked him and recommended that he be chair, if you all recall. But teamwork makes the dream work. He didn't get the legislation and the funding for MLK. In fact, he wasn't even here when we helped make sure MLK stayed alive and spoke to the governor to make sure we were here. You have a senator, you have 2 state representatives, you have a secretary of Indian Affairs who was on the board, because the law says that after her vacancy of somebody leaving her office, the chairman may appoint someone, but they may consider her recommendation. She didn't even get to recommend. We've had issues. This is part of my discussion.
I will address it.
We have issues with the idea of being a team and unified. Yet we had a community that I've never seen stand up so strong. And that's what we were wanting with the new day at MLK, was for everyone to come together. I wish we would have used this energy in a more productive way of being able to support our director. And let me be clear, because I know I've been on the record and I've told our director directly, we all have to work to build her up. She is brand new. But if you already have a divided relationship of distrust, you need somebody who's going to help to mentor her and guide her. And that is why I believe Dr. Mala can do that, because there is no side for Dr. Mala in this case. She has the expertise, the training, she trains staff, she trains people. So I believe that she would be able to help us to make sure that we're staying focused on the MLK goals and mission, instead of focusing on things that are distractions and noise, when we have so many distractions and noise in the federal level and in the state level. And so therefore, I would urge all of our board members to please consider Dr. Mala as chair to lead us forward.
All right, the motion is to nominate Dr. Melia. Is there any further discussion on that motion? All right, hearing none, I will make a couple comments.
There's a proper motion second. Is it discussion on the proper motion second?
Let's see.
Got it.
So, a few things. I don't know what the treasurer's talking about when she says I wasn't there to help save MLK. MLK was in dire straits in October 2024, and I've been there every step of the way. Oh my goodness, how much time I have spent to help support this commission. So I don't know where that's going to come from. As far as us getting the funding for the commission, yeah, I agree with the fact that you can't give me some credit for that, because I was there. I was there early in the morning. I was there late at night. And I stated to all the policymakers that we would restore a sense of trust, accountability, and compliance and transparency, all the things that were missing, that I would make sure that we restored that. And I think I have to say, those conversations, when I look people directly in the eyes and I say, we're not going to have any more funny business at the King's Commission. We're moving past that. That mattered, and that helped us get the funding that we need to serve statewide. Those are facts, Treasurer. And I want to say I have nothing against Dr. Melia. I respect her to the highest degree. I think that, and again, we can't discuss the details, of personnel issues. But I will say that I myself and the vice chair and the secretary have all supported this executive director. I have been one of her primary supporters. And so I have helped coach her. I have helped teach her, many things. And I think it has hopefully been to her benefit as an attorney with 20 years of experience. So I have done my part to support the executive director. And I want everybody to know that and understand that, especially the commissioners. And they may already know. I don't believe that my stewardship and shepherdship of the commission is done. And so with that said, I do, I would serve again if elected. And again, that's not to say anything negative about Dr. Millian. So any further discussion on the motion to nominate Dr. Millian, which I intend to vote in favor of, and then open the floor for other motions. Hearing none, Secretary to call the roll and on the motion to nominate Dr. Millian as chair.
Okay, so yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I do.
Okay. So yes, this is the motion to vote for Dr. Amelia as chair. Starting with me,
Mr. Secretary, it's a motion to nominate Dr. Millian.
Okay, yes.
For that, you need a motion for, if you're wanting to be chair, you need a motion and a second for each person.
No, we can't do the two motions on the table at the same time.
Yes, you can, because then if you both aren't there to move forward, then there's something and you vote for who you're voting for.
I see. Is there a motion to nominate the chair to be reelected?
I nominate chair to be reelected.
I'll second it.
All right, so this motion is seconded to nominate the chair to be reelected. Is there discussion on that motion?
If I may. As vice chair and as volunteer for the commission, Dr. Amelia, Chair West, I'd be honored to, if somebody, whoever comes forward. Individuals, I've learned so much under Chair West, and I don't know what the future holds, but I just want to give my respect to both of y'all, because I feel like all of us commissioners are here for the right reasons, and moving forward is the path. So thank you very much for both of y'all's service.
Dr. Stone?
I will agree that I have learned a lot. I will also say though that in my experience as a new commissioner, I have felt that there have been a lot of times where there is not room to agree to disagree, and that there is a push that we must agree with you. And I have said that before, that I feel like I'm being lawyered into a position that I don't fundamentally agree with. And so if that is my experience as a commissioner, I'm concerned about how you coach an executive director. And that is why I made a nomination for a different executive director. I think there's a difference between having a really great background as an employment lawyer and managing. And there's a difference between managing and leading. And I worry that we might have an opportunity. I just think we might have an opportunity to do things differently.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Doctor. Thank you. I will say in support of the motion that I have prided myself on listening, right, to the commissioners when they have concerns. And I may have opinions myself, and I don't hesitate to share those. But I also do listen to other. And Doctor, I will say that I have appreciated your input and advice, specifically as it pertains to the executive director. And if reelected, I would hope that those conversations would continue to the extent necessary. So I just share that. Others?
So, Mr. Chairman, on my end, I'm always looking at the finances, right? And the costs and the effects and liability. I'm on 13 boards, councils, and commissions. My younger version of myself is reminded of what happened in this agenda and the feeling of mistreatment, or I have to put myself in the chairman's place, and I get the idea that there are things that need to be done and need to be said and et cetera. But I also have to look at the position of an executive director, and I also have to put my shoes on as a community member. And looking at the statute and what is stated on there, I don't feel that what we did today or this week, that Martin Luther King would be proud of us in some senses of it, because we weren't inclusive, we weren't collaborative, we weren't open-ended about what was going on. And if I'm putting myself as the executive director, which I was her 20-some years ago, I feel that there's a morale issue. And if we have a chairman who has great skills and has done a good job in a lot of different ways, but maybe the idea of managing and mentoring a young Black woman isn't one of them, I think that it would be in our best interest as a community to listen to our community and also to think about what that looks like moving forward. So that is why I am going to support Dr. Molly today.
I appreciate that. And to that point, I will just say that I don't undertake to do everything on the commission by myself. I try to work with others. And as it pertains to the executive director and her development, as I said, it's not just me, it's a team of officers. And so I'm thankful that the vice chair has assisted me with working with the executive director, and on occasion, the secretary has also. And so, you know, I do have a team approach to addressing that situation, and I just want to make that part clear. All that said, any other discussion on the motion to, the motion now is the motion to nominate the chair for re-election. Hearing none, we have two motions on the floor, and I guess we'll vote on them in series. So we'll take first Dr. Melia's motion to be nominated as chair. The secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, so yes.
Just that, we'll do both at one time without objection. Just to make it simple.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Roberts.
Candidates, and we have a board, we have new members on the board. We don't know neither one of the candidates. And who probably will abstain their vote, which means they go with majority vote. Do we have not a roll call vote? And I don't think we have to. I think we have a paper vote so people can voice their opinion that way.
Okay, we have election by ballot. So what about?
Keep looking back, that's a question.
That's a question. Okay, so let me just check with the attorneys, because we have this motion now, actually two of them. To simplify, we like to do both of them at the same time. What do attorneys have to say about whether it can be done by balloting versus by roll call or any other method of voting? Well, it have to be done by roll call. There's the Open Meetings Act. Under Open Meetings Act, Commissioner, unfortunately, we cannot take your suggestion.
I appreciate that, and also think that we have moved. I like a large complaint of rolling corn. A lot of this was discussed prior to this meeting by some folks, and I don't know who they are, but I'm challenging whether or not this nomination and your time to be nominated was previously discussed by commissioners.
So, Mr. Chairman.
I'm addressing it to the chairman.
Okay, so we have a complaint of a rolling quorum, and it seems like the commissioner's concerned about Dr. Melia's nomination. Is that right, Commissioner?
Yes.
And so with that, back to the attorneys.
So, if there is a complaint in terms of rolling forums, our office is going to complete or we can investigate that.
And Mr. Chairman, I think as you do that complaint based on my comments earlier, I would love to have the complaint of having an agenda that already said a termination potential being confident to put that on there. There had to have been some conversations that took place. So you can add that to the complaint as well.
That's fine, we can add that, Treasurer, and I'll just let you know, as I have already let everyone know, that as I put the agenda together, I worked with council to do it. So that we give proper notice before we surprise anyone. And to that point, what I will say is that if we had just put on the agenda, performance discussion, nobody would have even had an idea that there might be any discipline or possible termination. So I think that because to the extent that it might even be a possibility, it was a good idea to put it on the agenda to give notice as to what possibly might occur. Nobody, for example, Treasurer, can complain when, as in the past I have, put on the agenda performance evaluation, the personnel discussion, including but not limited to compensation. So what I'm saying is, only thing we did is give the public notice about what it is that we were intending to discuss as an agenda item and why it is subject to the Open Meetings Act exclusion that would allow us to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, what you did is you put a lot of fear in a lot of people and you put a lot of confusion on many of the board members you didn't call. And for the
If I
record,
had called them, I would have raised the rolling call.
and for the record, I did get a phone call from you on Monday. I just refused to answer to not be part of the rolling forum. And to be clear to everyone, I did not talk prior to about having Dr. Mala be on here with Dr. Stone. In fact, I haven't even spoken to Dr. Stone since prior to the agenda being on. The only person I have spoken to, no, you want to say it, let's say it. And you can check my phone records and a blame, I will give them to you. So what I am saying right now is after hearing all of this community, can't get the new people because they don't know what they're getting themselves into. You have someone who has a skill set for HR personnel issues that has already worked under the governor for several years that could assist with removing all this liability and all this black cloud of things that are created today. And that's why
I disagree.
don't accuse me of anything that I haven't done.
I did not
Last
accuse you of anything.
someone accused me of stealing a computer decorum.
The comment was from Commissioner Robinson. As chair, I just took the comment and asked the lawyers a question. Dr. Stone.
Mr. Chair, I want to say that I think that you're wrong. I think that if you still would have just put performance review, the conversation that you had with Danielle, where you asked for a decision by April 30th, she mentioned that she was going to get guidance from the community because her community loves and is invested in her. And so they still would have shown up either way to support.
Okay, well, that is good, but I think it is even better that we're clear what it is that we may discuss. So,
Mr. Chairman, for the record, the letter dated on May 11th. And discussions, you have unfortunately lost the confidence of both the chair and the vice chair of the commission. And we recently requested that you consider resigning your position as executive director of the commission and cooperate with us in an orderly transition. As you have declined to resign, the matter of your performance as executive director and specifically discipline up to and including your termination is placed on the agenda. And there was another letter that Danielle wrote, the executive director, to the commission saying, I've decided to go ahead and want to talk before you for the executive session, for the record.
so we want to do both. And what you haven't done, Treasurer, is shared.
Don't tell me what I haven't done, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm going to, because what you haven't done is disclose what the reason or the concerns are for that letter. So you've given people incomplete information. And
Mr. I got the information.
No, you've got a lot of information that I.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah,
The question
Yeah,
has been called.
we're beyond the scope. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so let the roll be called. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, and this is the secretary, this is the motion for both nominations, right? For both you, Chair, and Commissioner Miller?
Both to be nominated, and then we'll have to have another motion. We'll have to have another vote on the nominated candidates.
You're just voting for who you want to vote for. There's already a proper motion.
Oh, okay, in that case, we'll just vote for who it is that you wish to be chair.
Oh, okay, that's what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the motion is to vote for who you wish to be chair, as the chair said. So starting with me, the secretary, I will abstain from this one. Commissioner Joseph Dabney. Commissioner Joseph Dabney. Okay. Commissioner Hazel Mella.
I'm abstaining. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna vote for myself.
Okay, you can vote for yourself. Okay. State Treasurer Laura Montoya.
State Treasurer Laura Montoya.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? There seems to be some.
State Treasurer Laura Montoya is voting for Dr. Hazel Mella.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Commissioner Oscar Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson, vote for Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Raffini. Okay. Commissioner Stone.
Commissioner Stone, I vote for Dr. Hazel Mella.
Okay. Commissioner Swiftbird.
I abstain.
Okay. Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver.
I vote for Dr. Melia, and I'd like to explain my vote once it's completed. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Williams.
Commissioner Dabney is online.
Okay.
Did we get his vote?
We'll come back.
No, we did
to
not
him.
get his vote. No.
We'll come back to him.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna vote for Dr. Mella.
Okay. Commissioner Umi.
I do vote for Dr. Chairman West.
Okay. Chair West.
I vote for myself.
Okay. Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
Abstain.
Okay. And Commissioner Joseph Dabney.
Apologies, I just hopped back on and I didn't hear what the vote was.
Okay, so right now we are voting to elect who the next chair will be. It'll be either remain Chair West or Commissioner Hazel Mella.
I'm gonna go ahead and abstain since I haven't heard any of the discussion.
Yes, that's fair. Okay. And I know since we have everyone's vote, I know Commissioner Maggie Toulouse Oliver wanted to explain her vote.
All right, announce the result there, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, so let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there's 5 for Commissioner Hazel Mella, 3 for Chair West, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 absent stations. So
right.
with that, the next chair is
Dr. Miller. Congratulations on your election. I will just offer to Dr. We're going to let her explain the vote, but I just want to say I will offer to you what was never offered to me, which is way to that.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And with that, Secretary of State, actually, Dr. Melia, is for you to recognize the Secretary of State to explain her vote.
You are recognized, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Former Chair, my vote had nothing to do with you. In fact, as you know well, you and I and several others were on this commission during the really hard days. I enthusiastically supported you to become the new chairperson a couple of years ago. And in my mind, you've done a fine job as chair, and a lot of really good things have happened under your tenure. My go-to rule of thumb in all situations where I'm in as like maybe the lone Caucasian on this board is when I'm in a situation to lift up a woman of color, and to do that. That is always my go-to, and it always has been. And so that was the basis for my decision, in addition to her qualifications to serve. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your service. It is much, much appreciated. You really did help bring this commission out from some dark days, and I think you will continue to be recognized for that in the years to come. And congratulations, Madam Chair.
And Madam Chair, if I might make a comment to the Secretary of State, I was so proud, Madam Secretary of State, to have your support and the support of the Treasurer and the support of the other commissioners to become chair of this commission and to do everything that I could do to help this commission improve. And I just want to say also that I thank all the commissioners for electing Dr. Melia as chair, because I feel a great weight lifted from my shoulders. And so, with that, would you please come and take the chair?
Oh my. Be scary. It's very heavy shoes to fill, but I will take this challenge. So thank you, folks, for the I'm humbled. I'm humbled by this.
So, Madam Chair. Begin. Recognize. Thank you. I just want to thank Dr. Chairman West for the work that you did during the time that we were going through a lot. I asked you to run me as new chair and that we would support you in your initiatives, and we've come a long way. And I think that with the team, it's not a 100 dash, it's a relay, and we got to pass the baton on, and you got to still help each other and guide each other and support each other. And so I'm grateful for the board. I'm grateful for the community. We have a lot of work to do, and if we can't get it done and accomplished for the people that we serve and represent on the MLK mission and vision, we don't do it together. And so hopefully today we'll start off our new fiscal year with teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. So the next agenda item will be Executive Director's report, please. Oh, we have started. Oh, yes. Oh, right. Yes. So is there a motion to vote?
If I might make a suggestion,
please.
You might just want to take a motion to nominate anyone to be the vice chair, in which case, if you recognize me, I'd nominate the vice chair to continue to serve.
Okay. I recognize you, sir.
Thank you. I make that motion. I motion the vice chair to continue to serve as such.
So the vice chair is there a second?
There's a second.
And who's the second? Okay. So secretary, the treasurer has seconded this motion. Are there any other discussion here for this vote?
Or perhaps any other.
Anybody else interested? So we're gonna do a roll call this.
Okay, I'll call the roll call, but can
Secretary
you? Yes, thank you, Chair Mella. Can you please repeat the motion because it's coming through mumbled over here?
So there's motion to re-elect our vice chair, Constance Williams, to next for this. I'm so sorry. I am just it's right now. Vice chair. Thank you.
Okay,
So
thank you.
please, Secretary Carroll, please call the roll.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this is the role for to nominate the vice chair to continue her role as vice chair. So starting with me, the PRC designee, MLK Commission, I say yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney,
Yes.
yes. Chair Hazel Mella,
Yes.
yes. State Treasurer Laura Montoya,
Yes.
Commissioner Oscar Robinson,
Yes.
okay, Commissioner Raffini, Commissioner Stone,
Yeah.
Commissioner Swiftbird, Commissioner Swiftbird, sec. Okay. Commissioner Swiftbird, was that you?
Yes, could you please repeat?
Okay, yes, the motion is for the vice chair to remain as vice chair.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. How many, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Secretary.
Okay, yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, Commissioner Swiftbird, the motion is for the vice chair to remain as vice chair.
Okay.
There a
I
second?
abstain. I
Okay,
feel like
abstain.
Okay.
Okay, Secretary of State Matthew Oliver,
Yes.
yes, okay. Vice Chair Williams,
Yes.
yes. Okay, Commissioner Anthony Umi,
Yes.
okay. Commissioner West,
Yes.
okay, and Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
As there's no opposition, I don't think I can antagonize anyone, so yes.
Okay, so that's 12 yes, no, that's 11 yes and 1 abstain. So the vice chair will remain vice chair.
So, thank you, Secretary. And Vice Chair, congratulations. Okay, so we have a motion now to re-elect the secretary for role.
So moved.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one. If it's possible, if the attorney, do we have to have a roll call? Do we do an affirmation motion?
You cannot because I'm sorry, I'm not a lawyer.
I'm asking the attorney.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't talking to you. You guys.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
For these, the call for affirmation votes later down the line. And okay, for some of the items, but, and then since as well, we have some that are virtually, in order to make sure that the record shows properly in the minutes to vote for what.
Okay, should that be recorded in the minutes so we make sure that that was asked?
Sorry?
I want to make sure that was asked.
Okay.
Thanks.
So any other discussion? Okay, so Secretary Carroll, can you please call the roll?
Okay, so this is, come again?
Can you please call the roll to re-elect Secretary, Mr. Carroll, Secretary Carroll, for the position as secretary?
Okay. This is the motion to re-elect Secretary Carroll to continue his position as the secretary. So I'll start with myself, Secretary Carroll, and I say yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney,
Yes.
yes. Chair Hazel Mella,
Yes.
yes. State Treasurer Laura Montoya,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Oscar Robinson,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Raffini, Commissioner Stone,
Yeah.
Commissioner Swiftbird,
Yes.
Yes. Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver,
Yes.
Vice Chair Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Umi,
Yes.
Commissioner West,
Yes.
and Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
Yes.
Okay, so with 12 yes, it is affirmed. I will remain secretary. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Congratulations, Secretary.
Thank you.
So the next item will be our Executive Director report and presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. It looks like we're having technical difficulties with this frame and projector. So I will I position the out to capture me in front of this arm or thing over here. But I'll present from right here for those online to see me. You all hear me, and then the slides that I did have prepared will be circulated with the meeting. I want to first say good afternoon. I'm Danielle Kirkman. Thank you. I serve as the Executive Director of the New Mexico Meeting May Commission, and this is my report. I am slated on the agenda to talk about the budget adjustment request, but I think it's important to contextualize it with where we are as far as our strategic plan and performance measures for the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. We have 3 goals in our strategic plan, the first being marketing, outreach, and collaboration. The goal is to foster a collaborative and coordinated network of partners across all 33 New Mexico counties to actively promote the mission, programs, and initiatives of the New Mexico Martin Luther King Jr. Commission while expanding outreach, enhancing visibility, and deepening community engagement with Dr. King's legacy. We are in year 1, our 25-26 year, and the focus is infrastructure, social media audit, stakeholder inventory, newsletter creation, and building a partnership map. For that first objective, which is to increase the awareness of the commission, programs, and community opportunities through marketing, outreach, and campaigns, including online, social media, print, and community-based efforts, I would determine that we have achieved that. The commission has consolidated its multiple Facebook pages at the assistance of the chair, the former chair, launched the beloved community newsletter, which now has 267 subscribers, utilized print and radio to promote programming, and utilize agency newsletters, not only ours, but other agencies and listservs in the state, community calendar invites, and servers such as Peachstar to promote programming. As far as developing a comprehensive map, we have a map that sits in my office. This is a map of New Mexico with our 33 counties. What you'll see, the purple pins are counties where we have either deployed resources, directly supported, or programmed. And the white pins are counties that we outreach to and made contact, but we're not able to program, but plan to for in the next fiscal year. And then you'll see a clear pin here for what a county that we've identified for programming in the next fiscal year with another state agency. I'll move on to our goal 2, which is program development and delivery. The goal is to deliver comprehensive community-informed programming grounded in the principles of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that engages New Mexico constituents and promotes education, dialogue, civic action centered on justice, nonviolence, and equity. The focus is foundation and development, begin program assessments, rotate conference locations, initiate workshops, and develop a junior ambassador program. We have done so by conducting review 9 programs that are hosted by the commission, the 35 plus that were sponsored by the commission at year end. We have successfully rotated the Youth Leadership Conference. It was in Clovis last fiscal year and it will be in Roswell, New Mexico this year. For another objective is to expand the participation of the Youth Leadership Conference across all 33 counties through targeted outreach to schools, youth organizations, and community partners. Historically, the Youth Leadership Conference has served where it's sat, so centrally in Albuquerque or in Las Cruces. But we are working for this year's, the last Youth Leadership Conference. I was 2 months on the job, so we got Kirby County and we got Bernalillo County. But this year for the Youth Leadership Conference, we're projected to have the conference serve at least 5 counties. So some people will be traveling outside of Roswell to attend. For continue some other objectives from that goal on program development and delivery, we have an objective to develop and deliver a series of professional development opportunities to educators, community leaders, and service providers across New Mexico. We have engaged in professional development opportunities where we've gotten to interact with educators in the New Mexico Public Education Department. They host professional development for their educators. We've been a featured presentation with our It Starts With Me program. I would also like to the commission to consider defining what those professional development opportunities can look like. I would say that the hosted teaching would be civic education, but I think we should explore what it looks like to offer other professional development opportunities to the community. Develop a youth engagement initiative aimed at involving young people in the commission related activities. So we did this two ways. Our Starts With Me literacy program, which we have taken Hobbs and we'll take it to Alamogordo before the fiscal year end. As well as adopting the successful model of the Dream Keepers initiative from the Arkansas MLK Commission with their permission. In addition to that, we have the Living the Dream and Building Bridges sponsorship that supported at least 15 student programs or organizations. For our third goal is operational efficiency, growing infrastructure and workforce excellence. The goal is to build a sustainable and supportive organizational infrastructure that enhances operational efficiency, expands staff capacity, ensures long-term effectiveness, and impacts the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission statewide. Infrastructure building, the focus is to establish the foundational system needed for staff, volunteer management, and operational structure. So building capacity through comprehensive staff acquisition, we did hire our program manager, Mr. Reverend William Pornick Jr., and we contracted 2 public allies through the University of New Mexico Community Engagement Center. I'll also say it's not listed there, but we did try to engage in the wage subsidy programs with the Department of Workforce Solutions. And we've recently been talking with Aging and Long-Term Services about their wage subsidy program as well. Another objective to establish a comprehensive and standardized onboarding process that effectively integrates new and full-time contractual staff into the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. The program manager was onboarded with the adopted 30-60-90 model, enrolled in the nonviolence course, and meets with me regular to address readiness and engagement. We also provide different things in a folder similar to a module on commission bylaws, policies and procedures, state statutes, etc. In continuance of that goal, another objective was our growth plan. Current capacity outlines strategic opportunities to engage or to increase the number of full-time professional employees, enhancing Martin Luther King Jr.'s ability, our commission's ability to expand program delivery and statewide outreach. So we have expanded that through, again, engaging with wage subsidy programs, hiring via the Public Ally Program with the University of New Mexico's Community Engagement Center, and expand program delivery and outreach statewide. I think that we are positioned to expand full-time staff in fiscal year 2028 via an appropriations request to the legislature for another full-time staff member. We have another objective to establish a structured volunteer engagement system that includes consistent communication, orientation, and ongoing training to ensure volunteers are well-informed, prepared, and meaningfully integrated into the Commission's statewide programs and operations. We have developed a database of volunteers, and we will call on those volunteers when we program in their respective counties. We are in development still of our training module. At this time, we connect with volunteers one-on-one and continue opportunities to engage with the commission. And we also make it clear that if you are volunteering with the commission, we will document those hours if you need to document them for your SNAP benefits eligibility. Sorry, 1 second, please. Exploring funding opportunities from various resources to support initiatives that align with its mission and work toward increasing overall extended support over time. We have developed the fundraising committee, which is going to address our funding resources. But as the commission's increased its visibility across the state, we have had the opportunity to be selected by Amazon for Amazon Gives. And because fundraising committee wasn't standing, we did ask for materials and technology as a donation in lieu of direct funds. In addition to that, our program manager has explored grants. When we were working with Clovis to address gun violence, we've identified some opportunities at the state and national level to receive funding. We just need an operating fundraising committee to continue with those endeavors. Aside from that update, I want to just provide a performance measures update. So we have 7 performance measures, 2 of which are new. The first one is the number of counties receiving direct communications from the commission on upcoming events. There is no last year result because this is a new target, but we currently established that 20 counties are getting communications from the commission. The number of counties served via the statewide youth leadership conference, that's a new one, but right now we have 5. The number of holiday commemorative programs supported, last year's result was 12, this year it is 17. The number of nonviolence trainings completed or statewide youth anti-violence workshops conducted, last year it was 20. We're still counting, making sure we're capturing all the data, but we're at least 9. The number of student ambassadors who work with state agencies to explore the historical, social, political, and cultural themes associated with the life and works of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The fiscal year 2025 result was 25. Due to our development of the Start With Me program and all the students we get to interface with and introduce them to the beloved community and principles of nonviolence, that number is at 180, so about 180 students. The number of commission visits to schools, tribes, nonprofit providers, and communities to teach Dr. King's principles of nonviolence. The FY25 result was 10. The fiscal year target was 8, but our current right now is 29. The number of
Sorry, 1 moment. Madam Chair, for clarification, did you say 10 tribal?
So in the number of commission visits to schools, tribes, nonprofits, providers, and communities to teach Dr. King's principles of nonviolence, fiscal year 2025, 10, current, the target this year was 8, our current is at 29. The number of youth attending statewide youth conferences using Dr. King's principles of nonviolence, our fiscal year 2025 result was 36. The target this year is 150, and that's to be determined as the conference registration is still open. So I use all that to contextualize where we're at with our budget request, which I'm hoping I can make your agenda a little bit easier, perhaps, maybe. But due to the vacancy savings in the 200 category, I'm recommending that we move those savings to the 400 category, in addition to some savings that we'll have in the 300 category for contractual services. We previously approved a budget adjustment request of approximately $65,000. We had needed to confirm that calculation with our ACFR accountant to ensure we were moving the right amount from the 200 category, which is personnel services. We did confirm with them that the amount to be moved is $58,851.78, as we discussed with our fiscal support services contractor. And then we are projected to expend $54,000 in the 300 category by year end, and this will relieve a remaining $6,000 in the 300 category, which I'm recommending that we move to the 400 category to expend before year end. So that's later on your agenda. Auditor selection. I just wanted to be transparent about our timeline for our auditor selection. We got the list of approved firms on March 16th. We began, the notification to be able to procure was sent on March 17th. We sent determinations. The determination for audit services received on March 17th. The refusal from Horizons per the procurement code was March 18th. And then I sent out for requests for services, and we received 2 quotes. And those are coming from Harmony Accounting Group and Porch and Associates. We do have an upcoming deadline to complete our OSA contract via OSA Connect of June 1st. It's on your agenda to discuss. For the Youth Leadership Conference, again, location has not changed. We're at EMU Roswell, June 12th to the 14th. Registration for students requiring transportation is scheduled to close on May 20th. We are willing to keep it open if you all approve the expenditures for the transportation and the lodging. On-site registration will be available to those who do not need transportation or lodging. We have a capacity for 150 students, both coming from Chavez County and outside. Our theme, we have 3 conference tracks: STEM, Arts and Culture, and Civic Engagement. Our partners are ENMU Roswell, and we have coordinators that we're looking to bring students from Albuquerque, Las Cruces, and looking to identify coordinators in Curry County as well as Santa Fe County. The conference schedule is being finalized with our presenters. It's still open, commissioners, if you would like to engage with our youth at the conference via a presentation. And if you could please confirm if you'll be attending the conference in person, I will send an email after this meeting. Something that you'll be voting on later in the agenda is for lodging. You'll see in the budget that you received that I budgeted for $25,000. The quote that I got from a supplier was for $21,433. I would ask that you approve $25,000 in the event that we need to procure additional lodging. We have some flexibility to work within the $21,000 and $25,000. For food, I budgeted for $12,000. We received a quote from Golden Corral for $11,395. again, we have the opportunity to have some flexibility with food, or if you determine that we should increase to buy snacks for in between sessions, anything of that nature, but I would like some flexibility, please. For transportation, you'll see that we got 2 quotes. Based off our registration numbers, I went out for quotes for where we were seeing students registering from, which is typically, right now, majority Donna Ana County, Bernalillo County, and we have a few students from Perry County. But we got quotes. I budgeted for $13,000 for 2 charter buses to bring students to the conference in Roswell. And the actual from that quote was $12,954.88. We do need to consider if we need a shuttle, and I'm anticipating that that may increase that line item. So I would ask if you would consider approving at a higher rate. That would be helpful. If we want to add the charter bus from Clovis, it's going to cost $4,672.25. I ask for your permission. The ones highlighted in yellow, I'm requesting your approval or review because those are over the $10,000 threshold. Promotional materials, we budgeted at $11,000. Our quote and what's been encumbered now is $9,636. Our marketing, one thing we've definitely learned when trying to work across the state is that not everything can be social media. There are definitely still residents of New Mexico who value hearing things from print newspapers. So we have procured an ad in the Roswell Daily Record, and we are looking to procure a radio ad in Roswell as well. I will quickly, the programmatic update, we are continuing. It starts with me. We're going to close the program in Alamogordo, New Mexico. With the civil rights teach-in, we did want to have it in Western New Mexico since that area is underrepresented for where we hosted a program. They're working with their MLK organizers there to try and see what the best date was. They did provide me like their full calendar, and it's looking like it cannot be in May due to graduation ceremonies. June is also not ideal due to the programming that we have ourselves. We could consider July, but it looks like July or August is a better time for their community to host from that area, or we can adopt a webinar style program. I will skip over to the camp that we're going to be having in Farmington. When you took the one pager to the legislators, you did express wanting to take students to different parts of New Mexico. So we're looking to take students from Bernalillo County up to Farmington to engage in the AI camp that has been developed by a contractor with a lens of Martin Luther King Jr. Commission and economic justice. We are also working on the beloved Community Reading Challenge. We will be a host for the summer reading program. And then we have an opportunity to collaborate with Arkansas MLK Commission at year-end as well, which will support expending some of those funds that we have remaining. For community engagement update, we do have a table at the Black and Gold Scholarship Banquet that's happening here in Albuquerque. We have 6 seats available. I'll continue to send emails until we get those seats full. I did have a deadline for you all, I believe, of May 22nd in the event that we do not fill those seats, and we can let them know that they can see others with us or we can reroute them. And then please expect multiple calendar invites for Juneteenth programming across the state. Operating budget submission was submitted on May 1st, 2026. I've not received any updates from our budget analysts. And then I just would like to give a little bit of closing remarks. There's been a lot of conversation today. I would just like an opportunity to speak to commissioners and to the community. First, I want to just express my sincere gratitude to all of the commissioners and all of the work that you put into the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. It was positioned differently when I got here, and that's because all of the hard work, time, and dedication and multiple meetings that you did, and I truly appreciate that. I want to thank my community for showing up here and expressing how you feel about what the commission is doing and what is transpiring. And then I want to thank the MLK committees across the state of New Mexico. So a lot of feedback that I've gotten is how great it is that Dream Week was statewide and King Holiday was statewide, and we've never seen so much activity. But the truth is, the driving force of that activity is the MLK committees across the state who have been organizing, some of them longer than this commission has been in existence. So I want to thank them as well. I know this position has provided me a lot of opportunity to grow, opportunity to connect, opportunity to learn from current and previous board leadership. It's also presented as challenges. I come from a space in student affairs where I watched a lot of people in this room, some people on the commission balance multiple hats being in civic organizations, fraternal organizations, as well as being in the faith-based community and having to figure out how to navigate taking those hats off to present well in your professional position. And it's something that I'm still learning. I think that I've done my due diligence with trying to timely and be detail oriented on my disclosures, and I'm committed to continuing to perfect those so that there is no question on if I have a conflict or where my conflicts might be disrupting the work. I've also experienced challenges with navigating the board structure. I come again from student affairs where there's a clean hierarchy of who you report to and who you need to be doing personnel matters with. Working with an entire full board has been a learning experience for me. And in relation to that, some of the challenge has been the way I've received program evaluation. And I will, just to be very transparent, it's been a little inconsistent. We posted 9 programs, 35 plus sponsored programs, and the way that they were evaluated was not exactly at the same level. And there wasn't like a matrix or evaluation template or something for me to reference to know for each of those different events. I did recently have a conversation with board leadership about an event, and it was an evaluation of the event and the things that could have gone better and whether or not it went well. And I did share that the current style of the board's program evaluation wasn't going to be sustainable for me. And I feel like that may have came across as I'm not going to remain in the position, or me being the executive director was not sustainable, but that's not what I meant. I meant exactly what I said, is that I think that there could be an improvement in the consistency and I want to leave you with a personal story. I'm not going to apologize for crying, but it might happen. I just want you all to ignore it, please. But when I started this work, I told you all that I was deeply connected through a personal connection, through violence impacting me as a professional at the university and impacting my family. We held a really successful event in Clovis, the Building the Beloved Community. I stood in front of them and I told them we're marking a movement of nonviolence in that community. Okay. We had the event, it was great. Shortly after that, I went on leave. And while I was gone, I got a call that there had been a shooting not 10 minutes from where we held our event to mark this movement of nonviolence. And we lost the lives of 2 young people. And again, my family was impacted by a family member of mine being shot during that incident. She's okay. But it didn't discourage me from wanting to continue to do the work. I was disappointed, but I know that there's a lot more to be done and a lot more that we can do. And I'm willing to put in the time and effort to learn how to be better, to learn how to be a better professional beyond my first year in this role. So I just want to say that I've learned so much this year. I feel like I have so much more to learn, and I'm excited about the opportunity to continue growing and building on what has been achieved. I'll take any questions about my report.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
The bus going from 4,000, that's only 55 people. That's going to be able to, is that a 55 passenger?
It's a 56 passenger bus, so we would have to hold the students and their chaperones if they're bringing.
Obviously, I'm from Port House.
Yes, sir.
What if we want to get a bus? Is there room for another bus?
We could.
I ain't gonna get no 55 people.
We could absolutely, we could either take the students from Portales and Clovis together, depending on the numbers. That actually would be a little bit better to take them together. Or if we get enough registrants who need a 56 passenger bus, I could go out for the quote and it'll fall below the 10,000 at that point, after which I'll put them together.
You only got $4,000, so I'll try to see if I can get the vice chair's funds to see if we can get people from the house to go and take care of it.
Executive Director Curtin. I just want to say thank you for all of your reporting. I know you're doing good work. I didn't know, but I thought maybe with your disclosure of the incident that happened in Clovis, I thought maybe you might have been, connected, right? Because we live in a small town. I didn't know. And so to hear that, again, while we're doing what we're doing to try and help, and, you know, so I appreciate you, sharing that with us, because I wondered, but I wasn't sure. So thank you.
Second Directors, thank you so much for this comprehensive report that you gave us. I also want to say thank you for the hard work that you're putting in, or that you've already put in, and the performance measures that you laid out, along with the objectives that you are currently working on and will be working on. So I look forward to working with you on this.
It's the appropriate time that we're supposed to approve I just want to make sure we're approving the operating budget and transfers, because I see it on the agenda as part of the executive director's report. I'll go ahead and make that motion. But before I do want to thank the executive director for a thorough report. I want to apologize because I was getting too hot upstairs, and I saw a couple of you getting too hot, and we didn't get to visually see what was going on, but if you could just send that out to us. And then I think there's a lot of great things that were being said very quickly. One of them that really did stick out to me is including tribal communities, and I think because Secretary Mogan is here, I think that is really something cool for her to hear you say. And then going into a lot of the rural areas, I know you're from Clovis. And so being able to get the South really involved is really important to us too, because they always feel like they're disregarded and not noticed. And I'm grateful that you're helping to notice them and being in the schools, because it's really about the young people, which is what I heard today, is a lot of really cool young people getting actively involved and understanding the MLK mission, and that helps change and shift the things that we've been seeing as it relates to violence. So I do want to thank you for that. I will make a proper motion to approve a transfer in the 200 category up to 60,000, as well as a transfer from the 300 category, both going into the 400 category, up to 20,000. So that the director can utilize as much of the money that we have before the end of the fiscal year.
So what do I hear second?
Any discussion?
Okay, any discussion on this?
I just think she needs to have the flexibility to be able to do all the things.
Any other discussion on this? Okay.
Okay,
can you
so-
repeat the, Mr. Parole, Secretary Parole,
Yes,
please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this is a motion to transfer the 200 category of 60,000, as well as transfer from the 300 category, both going into the 400 category, up to 20,000. So starting with me.
Madam Chair and Secretary, to be clear, it's up to 60,000, and I did that just because sometimes numbers can shift based on what's happening with procurement. So up to 60,000 from the 200 category to the 400 category, and up to 20,000 from the 300 category to the 400 category based on need for this fiscal year.
Thank you, Treasurer. 400. So just amending that, so this motion is to approve the transfer of up to 60,000 from the 200 category to the 400 category, and then up to 20,000 from the 300 category to the 400 category. So starting with me, the PRC designee / Secretary Carroll, say yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney.
Yes.
Yes. Chair Hazel Mella.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. State Treasurer Lola Montoya.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Raffini. Commissioner Stone.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Swiftbird.
Yes.
Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver.
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Umi.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner West,
Yes.
okay, and Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
Yes.
Okay, so with 12 yeses, the motion passes.
Thank you, Secretary. I did hear other motions here about lodging to increase the 21,000 to 25,000.
It's in my report, but it's also an item on your agenda.
Okay. Oh. So what other motions do we have?
So Madam Chair, we did the recommendation to revise previously adopted budget. Is there needing to be action for the auditor selection?
It's also an item on your agenda.
Sure. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve that auditor selection for FY26?
Oh, it's Madam Chair, it's item number.
So any other questions or discussions for the executive director on her report? Okay, hearing none, thank you so much. Okay, the next item here is old business. Revision of previously adopted budget, the bar request, possible action. We just did that. Oh, we did that, okay. All right. And then the budget proposal, these payments is data by data.
Madam Chair, Director, can you tell us what's all about?
Executive Director.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a supported Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated for the Meet the Candidates Forum. They requested a funding proposal of $1,550 to support the venue, this classroom, parking, and when I say venue, I mean the auditorium. The motion that was made, which is listed there on your meeting packet in my report, if you're following along, my executive director, that packet is going to follow what we're discussing right now. So the motion you all made was to approve them for a funding proposal of $2,350. My course of action that I took was to take the dollar amount that you all approved. I was going to deduct what it costs to lease the venue, because they did mention in the proposal they wanted it at the discounted rate. I thought that the board understood the only way they get that discounted rate is if we lease the space. So I leased the space with Expo. I believe it came out to $1,610 before the final resolution. I'm requesting your guidance on how you would like to move forward with that, as well as addressing the compliance with the motion on leasing the space versus rendering the funds directly to the sorority.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Anyone?
I'll go ahead and lead on with it. So I think that, as mentioned in the meeting, right, when we talked about it, like, and that might have been in your active mind because you're dealing with everything on a, hands-on, but that definitely wasn't discussed in the meeting. And so I think that for me specifically, having it, to me, it came down to a couple different things, and I don't know, tell me if I'm doing too much or saying too much or whatever, but essentially approving the amount for the approval, for my opinion, was what we should have done, right? And just did a clean check, because even with like whenever, and I'm not familiar with all of the auditing processes, but just kind of going over it, to me, it was a huge gap between, hey, this is what we allocated, and then this is, we took care of the cost, I guess, and we're gonna just get a clarification on that and how we're gonna proceed with it. But to me, having it a clearer, cutting up the check was better than essentially what we kind of got into. If we would have talked about the need to be able to support the organization through the venue leasing, I think that would have brought open discussion about that and what, essentially comes down to liabilities, right? And so because that didn't happen like that, that's why I had to ask, what's going on? Because we talked clearly about it, and then something else completely happened different. And it just didn't seem, full on the up and up. So like, just keeping it as, frank as I can. So that was my concern, specifically, and we talked about it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So what are you asking of the board today?
I would just like clarification on what to do with the encumbrance. So we encumbered it. So we encumbered the remainder of what would be sponsored from the 2,350, the 1,610 that we have at the time. As you'll see in your updated meeting packet, we did just get the expo that comes out to a security, a total of 2,000. And I don't have it in front of me, but I know that the remainder, what the encumbrance would need to be for Zeta Phi Beta would be $313. I, again, hear exactly what you're saying, Madam Vice Chair, and as I think I kind of expressed, I thought the board understood that the way to get that discounted rate was that the agency would have to lease. They couldn't afford to, with what they requested, they wouldn't even been able to afford getting the space.
So Madam Chair, has any part of the dollar amount been paid out to the sorority or expo?
It has not.
Okay, and so, Madam Chair, I wasn't at the meeting, but I can only go based on the documents that were presented to the MLK and then the minutes, which is why I asked for clarification earlier. So the board approved, instead of the original request, which was for 1,550, the board decided to give 2,550. And the actual request from the sorority states venue rental 1,440 added into the total of the 2,850. And item number 16 says 1,550 venue parking and classroom. With this partnership, we should be eligible for a discount to rent the facility. So it's in their application. So whether or not you guys discussed it that day, it's within the application and the rounds of the approval of the funding.
Madam Treasurer, I think that there's just a lack of clarity there. And I had wrote in my written report to you all that I would strengthen our funding proposal so that we can have a clear question. Are you asking for direct funds from the agency, or would you like the agency to lease the facility on your behalf for your program? And I think that's a quick fix to the liabilities and vulnerabilities that may have been created by the situation. If it needs to be that the board needs to decide on which programs we will lease for community organizations, I would recommend that you all discuss that if that's something that you all want to be able to determine outside of me determining it myself.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily say it would be necessary in every case that the board decide whether or not we're going to lease on behalf of another entity. In this specific circumstance, they disclosed conflict of interest. And so under those circumstances, I think that's where the clarity was necessary for, I think, perhaps the comfort of the board. In that is the reason why the board decided to fund the request in the first instance.
If I may, on top of that, I think that part of figuring out where and how far we're going to go with like things of that nature. Like I said, because I feel like in many ways that's how you're leveraging some of the program and efforts and stuff. And so like I appreciate that. But also like given the event itself, like I said, having those clear delineations are very, very, very important. And I think that, in the big picture, it was nuances of information. Here, this is there. But it just in my mind as a commissioner listening to and being part of that, thinking that, hey, we're approving this so that they can go rent it, right? Versus, because we're not looking at their bank account to say they have enough money or they don't have enough money, but that's why we had increased it from what it was to just ensure what they needed to do sans our participation in it.
Madam Chair, how much is the rental for the space with or without? Like, what's the dollar amount difference?
So if you're not a leaser of the building, I believe for the auditorium alone is approximately $2,000. This classroom is $150 and there's a parking flat rate fee of $500.
And so, Madam Chair, the item in their request to us says venue rental $1,400. Is that what it would be if we participated in the partnership?
So because I signed the lease with Expo to reserve the space, and the dollar amount was $1,610, and that was before security.
What does that 1,610 include?
That includes this classroom, the auditorium, and the parking.
And so just for clarity, for them, they put venue rental 1,400, parking 500, and then what was the other one you said, Madam Chair?
You said venue rental, parking, classroom.
Sure. Visual. So in my mind, I know the documentation shows that the dollar amount they were requesting included it as a price for our discount. I go to be the
Are they able to hear?
They can hear.
It's not, might need to reposition.
Commissioner Stone, you can say something.
I just wanted to take my commissioner hat off and put my 100 Black community hat on and say that that is a standard when we ask for OAAA or MLK to co-sponsor our events. We are always asking, understanding that they get the venues cheaper. And so I think that is a standard practice that folks have done for decades. And so if we're going to decide to change it, that we need to do a very large scaled outreach in terms of PR, that is a different expectation now, because there are times where I have called to say, I need to use the classroom, can we use it at your discounted rate? And because we understand that this is the second home for so many civic organizations and nonprofits who have very small budgets. And so I just want to say that I think community members assume that to be the case.
Thank you.
I would just also, in terms of that, I also have tried to outreach to Expo to negotiate if we can get an even more reduced rate, or that it be included in our lease that we have access to this classroom space upstairs, because some days it's just empty. Like we could use it for like when we had to move. And I just think that as leasers of this building, the amenities that come with the building should be included in the lease or et cetera, instead of having to reserve outside anyway. So that's just a thought for the board to consider.
Okay, so I know that we're closing here on time here, and to be able to be cognizant of people's time here, what is on the table here for?
The motion to approve to pay what you guys already committed to be paid.
Any second?
Motion, can I get clarification? Motion to approve what has already been approved,
Yeah, the
the 2350, and just straight up, okay.
Yeah.
Just to pay the balance, right?
Yeah.
The difference between what the lease payments.
So the 300?
No,
The
No.
2350.
so the commission for all this back. So you need to give them or pay the 2,350 for these fees, unless they told you that it was less than that we don't need to pay it, but the board already approved 2,350.
But to the Zetas. Like, so that's the, like, you know, because I think that's that's what she's trying to get clarification on, is she going to cut a check to Expo or say and pay the venue amount and then release a check of the lesser to the organization, or as we agreed through the minutes, the full amount, and then let the executive, or excuse me, let the organization take care of, you
There may be an issue with the donation costs.
Yeah.
So,
Zeta.
yeah, so that was.
so the 2,300 just.
So Madam Chair, the motion is to pay Zeta, the sorority, and they pay whatever they volunteer.
Even with a signed lease, like, cause we.
Yeah, the sign up lease is just saying that we're getting a discount. Zeta pays the fee of what that was. They're just signing the lease to get the cheaper discount on it.
Okay, folks, the are not supposed to be here. Through this, so,
I understand, Chair, but we gotta get this last item.
absolutely.
Because I think the director may already be committed the funds to pay the lease payment. And so.
So Madam Chair, I just signed the initial lease for the reservation for Expo. Expo will then send me a final agreement, which is in your packet. I believe it's a one page that shows what we're going to be charged for, which includes the spaces and security. I can, if the motion is to just cut the full payment to Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, renegotiating who's covering the payment, or if they would accept the check directly from Zeta, even though it's for a lease that says MLK. But if they rework it, the total is going to be in excess of what we're awarding them, and they would need to pay the difference.
Okay.
We can't move.
So Madam Chair, the most of a choice, we have to pay Zeta. The rest of it can all be ironed out with them. It doesn't matter, like, if I owe taxes, anyone else can pay my tax. So that's, I'll work with you on the other part. So that's the proper motion.
Second. Yes, so, we're gonna have to move here, but we're gonna go back. So, Secretary Kroll, can you please, do a roll call, please, for a vote? Motion
Okay, yeah, so
to pay
this, I'm sorry, Chair, can you say what the motion is for, the exact language?
The motion is to take out to the sorority.
Okay, so for the motion to pay the full amount to Zeta Phi Zeta,
Right.
starting with me, the PRC designee, I say yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney,
Yes.
okay, Chair Hazel Mella,
Yes.
okay, State Treasurer Laura Montoya,
Yes.
Commissioner Oscar Robinson,
Oscar.
Commissioner Raffini, Commissioner Stone,
Yes.
okay, Commissioner Swiftbird,
Yes.
okay, Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver,
Yes.
Vice Chair Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Umi,
Yes.
Commissioner West,
Abstain.
okay, Commissioner Antonio Lopez. Okay, so that with 11 yeses and 1 abstention, the motion passes.
For those online, we're having to relocate back upstairs. We appreciate you for still being on, and we will be back in session shortly.
Let's move on to our new business, folks. We're getting back here after moving. Thank you. So this new business is about the closed session pursuant to section 10-15-1 to discuss limited personnel matters concerning the executive director's performance, including but not limited to discipline, up to and including possible termination. The closed session is limited to discussion of the matter identified in the motion. Any final action will take place in open session.
So Madam Chairwoman, it's been a long day.
Yes, it has been.
We ordered pizza so everyone can eat pizza, but you just became chair.
Right.
We have a 1 year and 1 month of the new executive director.
Right.
We removed the termination out of here. Would it be possible to do the evaluation next month? Would the commission be okay with that, or do we have to go into executive session for anything serious or pending? I'd ask legal counsel, is there anything that we have to be in executive session for, or anything?
It's really up to the commission. I mean, it's on the agenda. So you could move into executive session and then decide if there's no action, then just move out.
Yeah.
Go from there.
Okay.
I think that's the best course because it's on the agenda and we're going, if there is no action, then we come out and announce there's no action.
So
Motion to move into closed session pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 NMSA 1978 to discuss limited personnel matters concerning the executive director's performance, including but not limited to discipline up to and including possible termination. The closed section is limited to discussion of the matters identified in the motion, and any final action will take place in one session.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
The only discussion I would have is I'd like the executive director to be there for the beginning of the executive session to answer any questions, or just be outside waiting if we have any questions to ask related to whatever we discuss.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Go ahead, with the roll call, please.
Okay, so the motion to enter into closed session. So starting with me, the PRC designee, say yes. Commissioner Joseph Dabney,
Yes.
Chair Hazel Mella,
Yes.
State Treasurer Laura Montoya,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Raffini, Commissioner Stone,
Yes.
okay, Commissioner Swiftbird. I know in the chat she actually said they had to leave.
Who?
Commissioner Swiftbird had to leave.
Okay.
Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver,
Yes.
Vice Chair Williams,
What is the motion?
to enter into closed session.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Umi. Okay,
He's not in the room.
They may be downstairs.
okay.
Okay.
Commissioner West,
He's not in the room.
okay, and Commissioner Antonio Lopez.
He's also not in the room.
Okay, so we have 3. We have 8 yeses, so we are about to
Okay.
go into closed session.
And so just for those that are online, we will go into closed session. Is there a different link for the commission members? So those that are commissioners, there's a different link in your calendar. If you can jump into that one. And then for everyone else, you could stay on here if you want, mute yourself, come back in a little while, and then we'll come back.
We're back in, we return to open session. The item number 12, it was limited to the discussion of, just limited discussion on, personal matters. And so,
No, so Madam Chair,
yes,
we're getting out of executive session.
Right.
Nothing was discussed in executive
you.
session
thank you.
except those items on the agenda.
Okay.
I make a motion, we move out of executive session.
Thank you. A second? Is there a second? Second. Discussion? No? Okay. And so we're gonna
So you're
have.
gonna call the roll.
Yes.
So Constance Williams.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Robinson, Member Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And, Chair Melia. Yes.
Treasurer Laura Montoya, yes. Dr.
Dr.
Stone.
Stone. Yes.
Member Dabney.
Commissioner Dabney, are you here?
Yes.
Okay.
Is, Secretary, anyone else that's a member of the board on there?
No. So we're gonna be doing a special.
Yeah, so the only action item left on the agenda for today, unless you want to go through any of those.
No, the only action item that's left is state auditor, but since we don't have, do we have?
We do, I believe we have a
Seven people.
Yeah, so it's gonna be item 17 that we're gonna be making an action, a possible action on this.
limit.
Okay,
Okay, so,
we'll wait a couple of minutes.
So we can vote and we got a call.
May I,
Yes.
can we go over the audit thing. I did you have the quotes before associates or Hadamio Accounting Group. We, I have my paper that hasn't, we're waiting. So these two documents.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's item number 16 first. Approval of contract.
Okay, so, thank you, Treasurer, Madam Treasurer. So item 16, we do have to take an action on this, approval of contracts and expenditures for Youth Leadership Conference. So is there a motion for this?
Wait, we need her to discuss it real quick.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes, so I have,
Yes, yeah.
I included in your packet an overview of the stated during my report. I would like for you all to consider approving the budgeted amounts for the Youth Leadership Conference to allow some flexibility in case we need to have additional lodging and to accommodate for transportation. So right now the budget is $13,000. If you loop in the bus for Clovis, it's going to come to $17,672.25. I would respectfully ask if you all could approve a transportation budget of $20,000.
So, thank you. Is there a motion?
So do we have a quorum? Who's on the line?
Yes.
You have, I believe Commissioner Dabney is on. And he is the only commissioner that I'm seeing at this time.
Okay, so before we can make any action on it, can you just go into item number 17 and just explain to us what that is?
Yes.
Got it for him?
So we have our time to select an auditor for this year. Last year, we worked with Hadamio Accounting Group. You will see, sorry, 1 second, commissioners. I'm trying to look for the breakdown for Fortune Associates.
This one right here?
Yes.
Yes.
The cost analysis is going to come down to what the hourly rate is, and then you all can determine if you'd rather go by hourly or if you for the proposal. So for the Hadamio Accounting Group, you'll see for fiscal year 26, they are offering 100 hours at a full total of $12,915. For Porch and Associates, they are offering 115 hours at a rate of $16,144. If you want the hourly calculation of that, Hadamio Accounting Group is going to cost, 1 second, please. $129.15 per hour, and that includes the GRT. While Porch and Associates is going to cost, 1 second.
It's
Including GRT, okay.
$140.38, including GRT. If you'd like some context to what the experience was like working with Hadamio Accounting Group, I can provide that as well.
Yes, please.
It was well, I'll say this. Everyone told me that audit was going to be terrible and I was not going to like it. I thought our audit process was fairly straightforward. They met with me multiple times to explain various aspects of the audit and what certain things on the PBC list meant and what exactly I needed to provide. They were able to work with us on certain deadlines we weren't able to meet because we had gaps in what we could provide from fiscal year 2025 due to how files were kept.
Sorry for interrupting, but Madam Chair, are you saying your recommendation is for Hadamio?
I would recommend that we go with Hadamio.
Okay.
That's
so
this one right here, right?
Yes, sir.
from Madam Chair, just because people are getting into the meeting and had no idea what was done, we've made a motion and a second to come out of executive session with no action taken. That's a proper motion. I made the motion. Dr. Stone seconded the motion. We needed a vote. I believe we have a quorum. So we'll go ahead and call the roll for that one piece. So, Secretary Toulouse Oliver,
Yes, to come out of executive session.
Member Dabney,
Yes.
Dr. Stone,
Yes.
Treasurer Laura Montoya votes yes. Chairwoman Melia? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
And Member Robinson?
Yes.
At 7-0, we are out of executive session with no action taken. We went into the next agenda item, which was item number 16. The approval of the contract and expenditures for the Youth Leadership Conference. And the conversation was to, Director, remind us real quick.
Yes, the conversation was for you all to. I'm sure there are folks who still feel anxious about what that
I'll
means, and so
explain
can we just say that these items are no longer being considered?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, for those who are not accustomed to any of this, I would just like to say that we're very excited to move forward with our executive director, our new chairwoman, our new vice chairwoman, and move the MLK into a new day at MLK. And we're very grateful for all of the work that Executive Director Kervin has done in this last year that is all aligned with the MLK mission. I look forward to working with her on goals and expectations for this next year of what state, according to Member Robinson, especially the South, in this next year, and that relates to also funding. So thank everyone in this community for being here, to be present, to show Ms. Kervin a lot of love, and to believe in the purpose and the vision of Martin Luther King, because we all need it in our day-to-day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So
Treasurer.
wonderful. So moving on to item number 17. Oh, sorry, item number 16, approval of contracts and expenditures. If the director can quickly tell us before we lose a quorum.
Yes, so we just need, I'm requesting your approval for lodging at $25,000, food at $12,000, transportation, if you could do $20,000, with the context that we may or may not, or that we will have 3 different charter buses coming from 3 different municipalities in the state
For
the Youth Leadership Conference.
on
They would drive down June 12th.
June 12th. Wonderful.
And return June 14th.
I make the motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Oh, wait.
You have a proper motion by Treasurer Laura Montoya, a second by Vice Chairwoman Constance Williams. We're going to call the roll if there's no discussion. Seeing none. Secretary Maggie Toulouse Oliver.
Yes.
Member Dabney.
Yes.
Member Dr. Stone.
Yes.
Member Treasurer Laura Montoya, yes. Chairwoman Melia.
Yes.
Vice Chair Williams.
Yes.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
It's a 7-0. Moving on to line item number 17, our last action item. It's the audit selection. The executive director gave a report, said that Hadamio Consulting has done a great job and would like to continue to have them for this next year. Does anyone have a proper motion?
I so moved.
Member Robinson has a proper motion. Is there a proper second?
Second.
I have a proper second by Vice Chair Williams. And the roll, Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver.
Yes.
Member Dabney.
Yes.
Dr. Stone.
Yes.
Dr. Melia.
Yes.
Treasurer Laura Montoya votes yes. Vice Chair Constance Williams.
Yes.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
You have a 7-0. There are no other action items on the agenda. Does anyone have any closing remarks?
I would just like to thank the executive director, thank the commissioners, thank former Chair West, for what he has done, helping, and then, Dr. Melia, look forward to working with you as the chair. And, just, I think we're on the right path. We just gotta keep going.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you so much for everyone here being here, and Thank you so much for everything. Edie Kerben, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.